Hey, it's good to be back home again here at Sinsheimer Stadium, getting ready for a 5-game homestand, and the team standing in the way. First, the Alameda Merchants, coming from Northern California in the CCL North with a 4-9 record and 5.5 games behind first place in the CCL North. Welcome to the broadcast booth, everyone. My name is Nate Mills, calling the balls, strikes, and much more on the SLO Blues streaming network for this 6 p.m. matchup between your San Luis Obispo Blues and the Alameda Merchants. I think it was interesting to note that at the beginning of this game, our PA announcer Jim Siebert made the note that San Luis Obispo, when they first began as an organization back in 1946, of course it was created to pass the time with the World War II veterans coming back to the Central Coast, passing the time playing some baseball. There's a semi-professional league. They were originally the Merchants. As a matter of fact, they were only the Merchants for about 4 days or so until a columnist in the San Luis Obispo area said, and I'm pretty sure verbatim on this one, any team worth anything has a colorful name. So he named the team himself, this columnist, because of the blue stockings and the blue stripe going down the middle of the jersey, which San Luis Obispo still has today, as the Blues. They were the Merchants for about 4 days, and now they're facing the Merchants from Alameda today. The first Merchants on Merchants matchup, according to General Manager Adam Stowe, in the history of the CCL. So before we get you going here, let's take a look at the defensive linemen that the Blues got cooking tonight. Behind the dish, it's Owen Estabrook at first base, Zach Tollerman, Jake Hicksonbaugh at second, Sebastian Lopez returns to the hot corner. It's Braden Mondew at shortstop. In the outfield left to right, Brad Navarro, EJ Royal, and Giovanni Blanchette. Casey Borba doing the designated hitting, and Jackson Howe on the mound for your Blues. Now here's the offensive 1 through 9 for the Alameda Merchants. Leading things off right now, it's Wyatt Thames, it's Vicente Feliciano, Casey Levitt McGee, Kayahuka Young, Jack Rogers, Frank Zapata, Rocco Granucci, Jace Jeremiah, and Blake Jacobs rounds things out in the 9-hole. As the starter, Jackson Howell comes set from the stretch, and here's the first pitch of the game. First pitch swinging to Tallman at first. He bobbles it as he falls to a knee, flips over to Howell for the first out of the inning. First pitch is at 6:05 p.m. on a 65-degree afternoon at Sinsheimer Stadium. One pitch, one out for the Cuesta Cougar in Jackson Howell. Howell is making his 5th start of the season. He's pitched in 17 innings with 17 strikeouts, 9 walks, just 3 earned runs, 10 hits in that time as well. It's good for a 1.58 earned run average, a 1.17 whip. Taking outside is Vicente Feliciano, the second baseman, batting second in the left-handed batter's box. Left on right matchup here as the fans begin to file in on a beautiful evening. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a hit on the right side. That's through for a base hit. There goes the no-hitter, and Vicente Feliciano is aboard. Not hit too hard off the bat. He threw his barrel out there. If anything, it was hit off the end, and it was just enough to squib past Hicksonbaugh, who couldn't range there in time, and one out base runner here for the Merchants. So runner at first now for Casey Levitt McGee, left fielder, also batting left-handed. And I saw the stick that he's swinging in batting practice as well. I had to put on my sunglasses all the way up here in the press box. The fluorescent yellow lumber he's got in his hands as he takes a look at strike one. It was a bit controversial with the staff up here in the box. Some guys liked it. Some people weren't quite a fan of it. Me, I'm pretty indifferent. Stay tuned on that. I do like the pencil bat that folks have been swinging a little bit more. They were first, not in time. But the monochromatic bright highlighter bat, I think I'm leaning towards being a hater. Levitt McGee waiting for the first offering from Howe as he kicks and fires from the stretch, and it's a fastball just missing outside. 1 ball, no strikes to the left fielder. Levitt McGee from Laney College, a redshirt sophomore Laney College is where the Alameda Merchants play their home games. So McGee hasn't been doing that much traveling this summer. Has taken off for second base is Feliciano. The throw down is in time. Nice tag from Braden Mondu on a throw that was a little far in front of his body. Did a great job lunging out there with that left arm, getting extended, slapping the tag on Feliciano's head for the second out of the inning. Caught stealing from Owen Estabrook, who gunned him down behind the dish. The Columbia Lion hunting down his prey. So 2 gone now for Levitt McGee as he rests his bat on his shoulders, now picks it up on the fastball that misses outside. Hitters count to the outfielder first baseman from Laney College. Had some fun last season with 1 home run, 8 doubles, 2 triples, and 62 hits. As the 3-1 is hit on the ground towards Tallerman, gets it on the short hop. He races over to first, taps the bag for the 3rd out of the inning. The fluorescent yellow bat is abandoned in front of the left-handed batter's box, and there are 3 gone here in the first inning. Jackson Howell heads back to the dugout, scoreless, heading to the bottom half of the first inning. I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues streaming network. Bottom of the first inning here at Sinsheimer Stadium. Jackson Howell cruised through the first 3 batters with the help of a caught stealing from Owen Estabrook behind the dish. Now gives way to the Blues offense. Leading things off, as usual, it's E.J. Royal. Following him is Jake Hicksonbaugh in his 4th league start. Then it's Braden Mondu, Casey Borba cleaning it up, Zach Tallerman, Brad Navarro, Owen Estabrook, Gio Blanchette, and Sebastian Lopez rounding things out in the 9th spot. E.J. Royal digs in the middle of the right-handed batter's box. And he looks at the fastball offering out of the zone upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Now quickly coming back onto the mound is today's starter David Thomas for the Alameda Merchants, who works from the windup, kicks and fires on the 1-0, and gets a swing and a miss from E.J. Royal, 1 ball and 1 strike. For the rest of the defensive alignment for the Merchants, it's Frank Zapata catching at first base. It's Kaihuka Young. Second, it's Vicente Feliciano. Third base, Blake Jacobs. Jace Jeremiah at short as Royal sends this one up the middle for a base hit. E.J. Royal speeds around first with a leadoff knock for the Blues. Guy is just unconscious after getting no hits in his last game against the Walnut Creek Crawdads. He comes around and in 1 swing collects one off the starting pitcher, David Thomas. So what's left? The outfield, it's left to right. Casey Levitt McGee in center field. It's Wyatt Thomas and Rocco Granucci playing right for the Alameda Merchants. Rogers doing the designated hitting, and of course David Thomas, tonight's starting pitcher for Alameda, as Royal gets a short lead at first, and Hixenbaugh shows bunt, pops it straight up and shoots it right back into the bleachers out of play. No balls and 1 strike to Jake Hixenbaugh. And EJ Royal, I talked about a little bit in Walnut Creek. The exit velocity just keeps upticking for that kid from Utah Tech. Starting out the year hot, and he continues to do so. But a lot of his base knocks came from soft contact as a throw to first to get him is not in time. Softly hitting balls down the line, really down the right field line. He can really only go the opposite way, or at least that's what it felt like for all the non-conference games that the Blues have played. But now he's found a new groove. He's starting to hit the ball harder. He's hitting it in the air more. As Hixenbaugh goes the other way, and diving attempt from Jeremiah at short keeps it in the infield. But it'll be a base hit for Hixenbaugh. Back-to-back knocks for the Blues. Now that was hit off the end of the back from Hixenbaugh, softly squibbed. I thought it was destined to squeak into the outfield, but the thick infield grass brought the ball to a screeching halt. It gave Jeremiah time to dive to his right, stop it, keep it in the infield. It was going to be a base hit regardless. And now there's runners on first and second for Braden Mondu, the Vulcan from Hawaii Hilo and former Cougar from BYU. The shortstop with his burnt orange bat over his shoulders gets ready from the offering from the stretch from Thomas. Here it comes. Here's a curveball taken for strike 1. Good action on that curve from Thomas. Take a look at Twitter. You can see the numbers here. 77 to 80 miles per hour is the velocity we can expect to see on that 12-6. The former St. Mary's Gale, now in the transfer portal, comes set. Takes a breath and delivers. Skips in front of the catcher Zapata, but he keeps it at bay. 1 ball and 1 strike to Braden Mondu. Mondu played in Game 1 against the Walnut Creek Crawdads, and he went 1 for 4 with a strikeout. Today's shortstop for the Blues is batting .285 with 10 runs batted in, 14 hits and 3 doubles. Thomas checks second base, no one's there. Goes again, now delivers, 1-1, gets off the shin guard of Zapata. Each runner moves up 1 station. Runners in scoring position now for the Blues. Good opportunity here for Mondu to capitalize and potentially bring home RBIs number 11 and 12 on the season, as the Blues looking to strike first. And they sure could use it. San Luis Obispo is entering this game on a 4-game losing streak. The final 2 games of their homestand at Sinsheimer, it was 2 losses to the San Francisco Gulls, and in the short 2-game road trip against the Walnut Creek Crawdads on Tuesday and Wednesday saw losses to the Dads in both of those games. One of them, pretty dramatic margin, a 20-8 L, and then the one on Wednesday, 9-4. So Blues are looking to right the ship sooner rather than later. Mondu holds up on his swing on the breaking ball that misses outside. Hitters count, 3 balls and 1 strike. So after this short stint on the road for the Blues, they're now entering a 5-game homestand. This is game 1 of 5 here at Sinsheimer, coming up in the next couple of days. (3-1), missing downstairs, and the bases are now loaded. A walk to Braden Mondu, and that's 3 base runners in a row for San Luis Obispo. That's the start you want. EJ Royal, Hixenbaugh ambushing the fastballs that are in the zone, and Mondu did an excellent job on staying patient, not getting too froggy on a pitch coming in on the zone, or really a pitch just coming anywhere within the strike zone. He was disciplined. He looked at strikes, or he looked at balls, and he swung at strikes. So it paid off for him as the bases are now loaded, and playing with his toes up on the grass is Young. Jacobs looking to follow suit soon here, as there's no outs with the bases full for Casey Borba, the cleanup hitter looking to do his job description here, as clanking it off the mitt is Zapata, but it's in there for strike one. Borba this season has 4 runs batted in. He had his first home run of the year back at Walnut Creek. It was a missile to left field. 2 doubles, 6 hits. In his 21 at-bats with the Blues, the University of Texas Longhorn from Southern California. Here's the 0-1. That one misses outside, and keeping it in front is Zapata. 1 ball and 1 strike. Zapata wearing the green catching gear with the blue and yellow merchant. Zapata is from Laney College, and the Eagles are in fact green and white, so no surprises there. I'll give him a pass. They still play at that field. With his sleeve rolled up on his left arm, David Thomas comes through from the windup. Here's the 1-1, and Borba half swings at that slider. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And that slider absolutely fooled Casey on that 1-1 offering, coming in and around the 80 to 84 margin. Sits low 80s on that sweeper. And we saw its debut here against Borba, who now has to battle with 2 strikes as he lifts his left heel off the ground. A little shorter than usual, but the 1-2 misses outside. Count now even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Typically, we're accustomed to seeing Casey Borba with a much more open stance and just his toes touching the ground when he digs in the box. Now his feet are a little more parallel, and the heel is, I'd say, 2 more inches closer to the ground. Still not quite touching the dirt yet. A different look here for Casey, as here comes the 2-2. Missing low, 3 balls and 2 strikes. And once again, feeding off the energy from Mondu. Very patient at bat from Casey Borba. Doing a nice job staying headstrong after a not so good looking swing on that slider. As he takes a breath so big it moves his shoulders up and down on the payoff pitch from David Thomas. Thomas buries his face in his glove, now kicks and deals. Borba hits it on the ground, left side, through for a base hit. Slow strike first as E.J. Royal comes in to score, and Jake Hicksonbaugh follows him. 2 RBI single for the Longhorn, 2-0 Blues. Four base runners in a row, 3 hits this inning, as the pitching coach for the Merchants heads back out there to talk to his right-hander. Alameda has yet to record an out. So the Blues strike first off what was a very mature at-bat from Casey Borba. And I'm sure he was coached up well in his youth, as his father is actually his high school coach down at Orange Lutheran High School, a well-respected program out there in Southern California. Borba was also voted the best 3rd baseman in the Southern California section in high school baseball. But that approach that we saw right in that at-bat, very mature, very patient. And it's a great job to come back and do that after an ugly-looking swing on a slider. Very easy, especially for a young kid like Borba, a rising sophomore at Texas, to get in your head about something like that. But so now it's Zach Tollerman, the new San Jose State Spartan, who committed to the program the morning before Wednesday's game against Walnut Creek. He went 0 for 4 in that game with a strikeout looking. And his wide stance fills out the entirety of the right-handed batter's box with runners on first and second. What is now a 2-0 ball game in favor of the Blues. Dirt ball, Zapata doing a great job of blocking it. Holding up at second base is Mondu. Tollerman this season has 11 hits in his 28 at-bats. Good for a .392 batting average. 5 runs batted in. Thomas looks at second, now comes home, and a huge swing and a miss on that slider There's a strike to Zach Tellerman. 1-1 in the count. And Zach, we're still waiting on his lullaby reveal on social media. Mentioned it in what is your pregame superstition posted on the Blues Instagram and TikTok platforms. As the 1-1 misses outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. The camera panned to him, and he says he sings a lullaby to himself every night before the game. And it was also mentioned that if his comment were to get 10 likes, he would reveal it. It's gotten 12 likes. We're still waiting. Here's the 2-1. Taken for strike 2. And I talked with him about what the lullaby could possibly be. And he's still thinking about it. So there's got to be a Rolodex of lullabies he sings to himself before going to bed. Now, I don't know what to think. I don't know what to say about that. Guess it's better than just one. 2-2 is swung on and miss. For strike 3, and there's the first out of the inning. Tellerman goes down swinging. That's Zach's 4th strikeout of the season as Brad Navarro steps in for the Blues. The only other left-handed batter besides Jake Hicksonbaugh in tonight's lineup. Something that the Blues have lacked all season is the left-handed hitting, but it doesn't seem to matter for them. Hanging in there in the majority of offensive statistics, middle of the pack in batting average. It's really been the pitching that's been holding him down in these ball games as Navarro flares this one up and out of play for strike 1. Foul ball from the Michigan Wolverine. But lately the pitching has just crumbled for San Luis Obispo. First place to look, how about the 20 spot that they gave up to the Walnut Creek Crawdads on Tuesday, and then 9 more runs on Wednesday in their loss to the Dads. And before that, it was 14 runs to the Gulls. All a part of this 4-game losing streak that the Blues have hit in the middle of the season. As Navarro flares this one, identical looking foul ball, landing just 4 feet to the right of where it did last time. No balls and 2 strikes to Bradley. Navarro back in tonight's lineup. Last time he played was on June 22nd versus the Gulls. Went 2 for 4 with 2 runs, a stolen bag, and a steak. A ribeye, run batted in. Stay with me now. Elbows flared up of the big yellow jersey that Navarro wears. He checks his swing. They appeal. No, he did not. So Navarro gets another chance after checking his swing on the splitter from David Thomas. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. We've played half an hour of this game already, and we haven't gotten out of the first inning. Runners on first and second, a 2-0 lead for San Luis Obispo. 2 RBI single from Casey Borba. Back pick over to first, not in time to get the runner Braden Mondu. Here's Brad on the 1-2 offering. Swings and towers this one into center field. Thames has got it. Now he races in for the ball, grabs it for the second out of the inning. Back-to-back outs here for Thomas here in the first inning. So after surrendering 2 runs on 3 hits and 4 base runners in a row, David Thomas has done a nice job ever since that mound visit from his head coach to get 2 outs in a row. The production that they were looking for as Owen Estabrook, the catcher batting 7th, steps up with 2 outs here in the first. Estabrook, last time he played was on June 23rd against the Gulls. He went 0 for 5 and he struck out in that game. Estabrook looks at strike 1. There's a fastball from David Thomas. No balls and 1 strike to the Columbia Lion. Played his first season back in New York last year after growing up in Santa Barbara, California. Long ways from home. Bit of a different weather as well. 0-1, huge cut at that fastball. No balls and 2 strikes. Estabrook wanted all of that. Couldn't get it. Frontside fly, head flew open. Now he has to fight here with 2 gone, 2 runners on, and 2 strikes. Holds his bat perpendicular to the ground, now waves it behind the back of his head. As Thomas comes home and Estabrook looks at that fastball up at the eyes. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Owen entering his sophomore season at Columbia University. Last year he had 21 hits in his 81 at-bats, a .259 batting average, and 25 games started as a true freshman. Thomas kicks and deals on the 1-2, and Estabrook shoots this into the gap into right center field. No one's going to get there from the diving attempt from Thames. Coming around to score is Mondu. Getting the wave around is Borba. There's no throw. It's 4-0 Blues. Owen Estabrook keeps this party going here with 2 gone in the first inning. That's RBI number 6 and 7 on the year for Estabrook. First extra base hit for the Columbia line now as Giovanni Blanchette digs in. Blanchette, last time he played in a game, June 21st against the San Diego Sunrays. He went 1 for 3, 2 runs, run batted in, a walk as he shoots this to right field, and Granucci will catch it on the fly. The Blues strike first off the bats from Casey Borba and Owen Estabrook. 2 RBIs apiece. It's 4-0 San Luis Obispo heading into the top of the second inning. I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues streaming network. Middle of the order for the Alameda Merchants as the Blues strike first. A 4-run first inning off a 2 RBI double from Owen Estabrook and a 2 RBI single from Casey Borba. It's now Kaiukai Young leading things off, the 4-batter for Alameda. Jackson Howell, first pitch strike to him. Kaiukai playing first base today, cleaning things up for Alameda as he lays his bat flat, and I mean perfectly flat, on his right shoulder as Howell misses outside on that slider. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kaiukai from Northwest Missouri State, growing up in Lemoore, California. He's entering his senior season out there in the Midwest after spending 2 seasons at Modesto Community College. So that fastball just misses inside from Jackson Howell. 2 balls and 1 strike. This season, the first baseman is 5 of 12 in 5 games played. He's got 2 doubles in his 5 hits, 4 runs batted in, 1 walk to his 2 strikeouts. 2-1 is hit off the hands to the shortstop Mondu. Throw over to first to Tullerman in time for the first out of the inning. So the Blues last inning, 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors, and they left 2 on base. And I think the most impressive piece of hitting was from Owen Esterbrook, who's struggled to catch his stride early on in this season. Been battling for playing time with Parker Goff and Nico Button. It's tough. Those are some catchers that have been producing offensively and have been a wall behind the dish. Not that Esterbrook has not been, but when you're swinging bats like they are, it's difficult to get in the lineup. It's good to see the Columbia Lion come through and make his case for Dean Traynor with a 2 RBI double with 2 outs. 1 gone here as Jack Rogers, the designated hitter, steps up now after Young grounded out to shortstop. Rogers from Colorado Mesa, a native of Tucson, Arizona. As Mondu and Rogers rejoice behind the batting bubble in the pregame. Both of the Zonies growing up in Tucson, going on their separate ways. Mondu going to Pima Community College. Rogers going to New Mexico State. Played there for 1 year, just had 3 at-bats. He was 0 for 3, a walk with 2 strikeouts. He transferred to Antelope Valley College as he whiffs at that fastball upstairs, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Played his sophomore year out there for the Martyrs at Antelope Valley College. He was 34 of 129, a 264 batting average. It's good enough to earn him a spot at Colorado Mesa, Division II powerhouse in Western Colorado. Didn't play there last season, though. Hits this up the middle softly. Mondu's got time to field it on his left. Throw to Tullerman, and he can't squeeze it. Ball gets past him, rounding towards second base is Jack Rogers, as I have no idea what happened on Zach Tullerman's play right there. I mean, it's not like the sun was a factor. If anything, it was a bigger factor for Mondu getting the throw over to him as the shadows begin to cast onto the field. The sun eclipsing behind Cerro San Luis in downtown SLO. A perfectly catchable ball for the future San Jose State Spartan. Just a big question mark as to what happened there. So there's the first error of the game for the Blues. They're averaging about 2.5 this season. And there's the first one to Zach Tullerman, as there's now a runner in scoring position for Alameda, the first time they've had that today. Frank Zapata rolls out of the way of that fastball inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Zapata from Laney College, he's uncommitted, a native of San Francisco, California. That's right, proper San Francisco. 1-0, taken outside, 2 balls and no strikes. He didn't play his last season at Laney College, but in his freshman year, he batted .295 with a .347 on base, slugged .404. His 46 hits, he had 7 doubles, 2 triples, and 2 home runs. Howell kicks and deals on the 2-0. Fastball misses upstairs, 3 straight balls to Frank Zapata. 1 gone with a runner at second base. It's Jack Rogers wearing his Colorado Mesa maroon helmet after the error from Zach Tullerman. Here's the 3-0. Taking all the way. There's a strike on that fastball. 3 balls and 1 strike. This season for the Merchants, he's 8 of 22, a .364 batting average, no extra base hits, 2 runs batted in, and here's the kicker, 5 walks to his 1 strikeout. In the hitter's count, here's the 3-1. Swings and softly hit this one in the air to right field. Blanchett with a lot of speed and foul ground dives and can't make the play. He'll have to stroll back to the right-handed batter's box. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Great effort from Gio Blanchett. He had an excellent jump on that softly hit blooper down the right field line. Great strides, good effort, lunging his complete length of his body, legs, arms, and all. Just wasn't enough to get there in foul ground. So now battling Frank Zapata as he awaits the payoff pitch from Jackson Howell. This has got to be his best right here with a runner on second base. Here it comes, and it's a fastball upstairs, and that's a walk. Back-to-back base runners for the Blues, and Alameda is in business. So Zapata walks, that's his 6th of the year, as Rocco Granucci, the 7-hole hitter and right fielder, steps up to face Jackson Howell for the first time today. Rocking the maroon Bruce Bowl batting gloves with the tan underside as a Willamette Bearcat. First pitch, breaking ball missing way outside. Howell frustrated, swinging his right arm against his body. Rocco Granucci playing up in the Pacific Northwest after growing up in San Diego, California. Playing for the Hawks at Scripps Ranch High School. As Howell takes a look at second base, now comes home. This one softly hit on the ground left side. Mondu off the short hop almost eats him up, and the ball rolls into the outfield. Here comes the first run of the game for the Merchants. All the way from second base, it's Jack Rogers. And another error here for the Blues in the second inning. Tough hop for Braden Mondu. Took a few steps in on it. He was ready to flip it over to second base, and the dirt just absolutely ate him up. Almost took off his nose as the ball was able to weasel into the outfield, and that gave time to Jack Rogers to come all the way around from second base. Now runners at the corners for the Merchants as they have an answer for the Blues, 4-1 here in the top of the second inning. It's Jace Jeremiah, the shortstop, batting 8th, with runners on first and third. Howell missing upstairs on that slider again. 1 ball and no strikes. Jeremiah primarily plays on the left side of the infield and was a JUCO Bandit from Skyline Community College, now a Johnny at St. John's in New York City. 1-0. Another fastball missing high. 2 balls and no strikes. We got a New York state of mind here in the box with Estabrook behind the dish and Jace Jeremiah hitting. St. John's and Columbia University in the same city. Softly hits this one right back into the netting. 2 balls and 1 strike. On the 2-1 with runners at the corners, 4-1 game. Blues are leading the Alameda Merchants in the CCL matchup. The Blues trying to break a 4-game losing streak. Here's the 2-1, missing way outside. It gets past Estabrook. Coming in to score is Frank Zapata, and now it's 4-2 Blues. Wild pitch from Jackson Howell. He's been missing there in his 1 1/3 innings of work, picking away at the outside corner, and that seems to be the approach that the Blues pitchers have had in this skid. When they've been pitching well, they're pitching in on the hands to hitters. They're challenging him with the stuff that they got, and they're confident. It seems here that Jackson Howell has lost his confidence, and he doesn't want Jace Jeremiah to hit anything. Jeremiah sends this one in the air, but out of play. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So I looked at it more. It's a half an hour drive from St. John's to Columbia, and it's a 1-hour train ride. That is way longer than I thought. Everyone hypes up the New York metro system, and I love it too. But that's an awfully long time. Double of what you can drive it in. As walking is Jace Jeremiah, 4 base runners in a row for the Merchants. Runners on first and second, error, walk, error, walk. Not the way you want to come back after an explosive bottom half of the first, as Brian Traynor heads out to talk to his right-hander. He brings the entire infield with him, trying to get on the same page here with Blake Jacobs looming in the batter's box. Big yellow blob out there on the mound. The Blues wearing their Friday night yellows, very thinly traced in navy blue with, of course, the blue stockings. Gotta have the blue stockings. And the Alameda Merchants making the bold move of wearing white pants on the road, wearing their navy blue tops and their gold numbers. It's funny, if you were to look at this game and you didn't know who was who, you would think that Alameda were the Blues, because they are wearing more blue than SLO is tonight. I digress. As one out here with runners on first and second is Blake Jacobs, the third baseman batting ninth for Alameda. He stands upright in the right-handed batter's box, hands elevated in front of his chest. Big lead over at second base for Granucci as this one's set into the air, shallow right field, and Hixenbaugh can't get there. Blanchette recovers well as he fires it into second base, but everyone's safe off the bloop single from Blake Jacobs, and will flip it back to the top of the order in Wyatt Thames. I think that's a tough play for Blanchette. He was playing a little too deep on Jacobs, I think, for the 9-hole hitter. You can't give him that much space. You got to play in a little bit more, and he hustled his butt out to that ball. He just couldn't get there in time. And that's a tough play for Hixenbaugh to make, too, making it over his shoulder, running back on the ball as well. So really on both ends, it was doomed from the start. As hitting it on the ground right side is Thames, and going over to second, Mondu can't get it. Coming in to score is Granucci. Now it's a one-run ball game. So it was a soft tapper to Hixenbaugh at second. He made the play and got it over to Mondu at short. He couldn't come up with it. That's 3 errors this inning. You have to clean it up. Have to. Before this ball game, the Blues got here an hour earlier than usual. Got there with Dean Traynor and all the infielders, and they meticulously took time to take grounders in the infield before anyone else could get here. And they look sharp, frankly. Taking strike one is Vicente Feliciano, who singled his last time up. It was the first hit of this game. He was caught stealing from Owen Estabrook. 4-4 ball game now off 3 errors. One hit, though, as Howell comes home. And there's a big whiff at that off speed from Feliciano. No balls and 1 strike. Yeah, the defense looked really crisp before the ball game, especially Parker Goff over at first base. Wasn't expecting that. As playing with his toes on the grass is Sebastian Lopez on the 0-2. Misses inside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. It was flowing really well, and it's just not translating once again in this game. 3 errors in 1 inning. It's tough to win games like that. As Howell looks at second base. Now comes home on the 1-2, and it's an off speed and a swing and a miss for strike 3. Second out of the inning after recording the first off a ground ball to the shortstop. Kai Young did that over to Mondu in what feels like centuries ago. But Howell comes back and gets the strikeout. And now it's Casey Levitt McGee. 2 gone for Levitt McGee with runners on first and second. And what has all of a sudden become a tied ball game. Reminded me of the Savannah Bananas with that bat. First pitch, check swing over to Tollerman. He goes to one knee, races to the bag, taps it for the 3rd out of the inning. The Merchants get 4 runs on a hit and 3 errors from the Blues. They look for an answer in the bottom half of the 2nd inning. I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues streaming network. Merchants get 4 runs, none of them earned off 1 hit, 3 errors, and 2 runners left on base. And what has all of a sudden become a 4-4 ball game in the bottom half of the second inning. Leading things off, it's Sebastian Lopez, the 9-hole hitter for the Blues. As David Thomas heads back out there for his second work. Lopez swings at the first pitch and drives it into the parking lot. No balls and 1 strike. Good to see Lopez aggressive on the first pitch. It's a fastball that he liked. Just want to straighten that out, put it in fair play, hit it hard somewhere in the gap. This is only his 4th league game in the summer of 24. As he looks at that slider outside, taken for strike 2. Questionable call to Lopez, but he digs back at there. No balls and 2 strikes. The umpires called time. E.J. Royal too far behind home plate as he trots back to the regular on-deck circle, kicks the donut out of the way, and Lopez awaits the 0-2 offering from Thomas. Fastball downstairs. Home plate umpire looked like he was ready to pull the engine on that one. He holds up, 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Lopez in his 4th league game, he also hasn't seen a competitive pitch in 12 days. And he swings and misses here for strike 3. So the quest for Lopez's first hit continues as he goes down swinging for the first out of the inning. Top of the order now for E.J. Royal. Got a base hit back in the first inning, and he came around to score 1 of the 4 runs. As he steps up here now with 1 gone. That was Royal's 29th hit of the season, in his 69 at-bats are now 70. First pitch, slider, taken for a strike. Nudging the outside corner. Here's E.J. Royal on the 0-1. That's taken outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. E.J. the most productive hitter for the Blues this summer. He's done it all for San Luis Obispo. As he goes the opposite way, it's a hard hit grounder, but 1 hop to Feliciano at second, over to first for the second out of the inning. Back-to-back outs here for the Alameda Merchants as Jake Hixenbaugh steps up for his second time today. Hixenbaugh in his 4th league game as well. Got a base hit in the first inning, and he came around to score on the 2 RBI single from Casey Borba. Hasn't played in 5 calendar days, but now he's back here against the Merchants as he's first pitch swinging and sends this one into the parking lot. No balls and 1 strike. Hixenbaugh heading into this game was 8 of 28. He's now 9 of 29 on the season with 10 runs batted in. 3 extra base hits, they're all doubles. 0-1 missing up and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Hixenbaugh. One and 1 to Jake, standing in the left-handed batter's box against the right-handed pitching David Thomas. Comes from the windup. And he holds up his swing, taking a look at strike 2. Hixenbaugh gonna have to get creative now. Now down 1-2 in the count to Thomas. 2 gone here in the inning. A strikeout from Sebastian Lopez and a grounder to second from E.J. Royal. Wicked slider taken for strike 3. That was absolute filth from David Thomas as Hixenbaugh buckles up and heads back into the dugout. Still a 4-4 ball game entering the top half of the 3rd inning. I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues streaming network. Blues go 1, 2, 3 on 2 strikeouts to end the second inning. We're back up here in the third. Kaihukai Young, Jack Rogers, and Frank Zapata due up to face Jackson Howell, heading back out there for his third inning of work. This third inning is brought to you by Apex Technical Sales. You can find them at glenair-apex.com. Apex Technical Sales, we are here to make you successful. Young looks at the first pitch slider, low and away, 1 ball and no strikes. Last time Young was up, he grounded out to the shortstop Mondu for the first out of the second inning, and would eventually turn into 4 runs for the Alameda Merchants. Second pitch, fastball taken for strike 1. Count out even at 1 ball and 1 strike. In between innings, Owen Estabrook absolutely gunned down the wooden cutout of the Blues logo at second base. Gave a wave over to the audience. It was a dart, really. 1-1, breaking ball hit softly into center field. E.J. Royal can't get there. Third hit of the day for the Alameda Merchants, and it starts things off here in the third inning off the bat of Kaihukai Young. Yeah, absolutely squibbed into the outfield at 55 miles an hour off the barrel of Young. But hey, gets the job done. There's a runner on first base now for the Merchants. Once again, they're in business. They're setting up shop with Jack Rogers, the DH, stepping up. Rogers was the first domino to fall in that second inning, reaching on error from Zach Tollerman, who just simply clanked the ball at first base. As Howell, good job on that slider, gets a swing and a miss for Rogers. No balls and 1 strike. Rogers in high school was named the 2021 Region Player of the Year in Tucson, Arizona. And was a 4A Conference Offensive Player of the Year. And is taken off towards second base. There's a stolen bag for Kaihukai Young. Now all of a sudden a runner in scoring position. That's Young's 3rd stolen bag of the season. He comes here in the 3rd inning. Tie ball game 4-4. He's the go-ahead run, and he's in scoring position. Would have liked to see the throw that Estabrook had on the wooden cutout on that play. As going fishing on the off speed is Rogers, and there's a strikeout for Jackson Howell, his 2nd of the day. Howell's 2nd of the day, and it's his 19th of the season. 1 gone here and a runner at second base. Jack Rogers now 0 for 2 on the day. It's now Frank Zapata. He came around to score in the 2nd inning and also walked. Part of that line of base runners that came in to tie this game as he rolls out of the way of the fastball and it actually hit him. He'll be awarded first base on the hit by pitch from Jackson Howell. That's Howell's first hit batter of the day. And that's how he started out Zapata last time he was up. A fastball that nearly got him on the forearm. This time it squares him up, and he's at first base. 2 runners on for Alameda. Rocco Granucci, he reached on an error from Mondu at shortstop last time he was up. And he looks at the fastball upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Pitchers tending to the bullpen mound, getting the rakes out. They got the hose, the turfus, the clay. It's a whole science out there, really. You're really playing a game within a game. 1-0, changeup taken for a strike from Jackson Howell. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's a whole science to it, and really, you could have a class about it. Soil science. There you go. That's offered at Cal Poly, just up the road. As this one's hit off the hands, and Mondu can't get there on the leaping attempt. Heading over to third base is Young. The throw comes in, and it's not in time. And I really thought Braden Mondu had a beat on that softly hit liner that squeaked into the outfield, but it was just over the reach of his glove. And The inning stays alive. 2 base runners in a row. 2 hits in this inning for Alameda. Bases full for Jace Jeremiah. The Blues just want to catch a break on defense some way. That was the moment. And it couldn't be captured as Mondu was just a few centimeters short of grabbing that ball. This one sent the opposite way in the air. Blanchette reads it. He grabs it. Tagging up from third is Young. The throw home is short. Alameda Merchants take the lead off the sacrifice fly from Jace Jeremiah. 5-4 Merchants. It was a tough break, a one-hopper that was coming into Estabrook, who was already up the line and in front of home, and it just died hitting that thick infield grass. Owen had no chance as runners are at first and second now. Young was the only runner to tag up as Blake Jacobs locks his knees in the back of the right-handed batter's box. First pitch from Howell, missing outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Jacobs from Chabot College was originally committed to UC Santa Barbara after graduating in San Ramon, California. Spent the fall with the Gauchos, was cut from the team, and went over to Chabot to play community college. He hacks at the pitch upstairs, 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 for 1 on the day, got a base hit in the second inning, was stranded at second base. In high school, he was the 9th ranked third baseman in the state of California. The 215th overall player. Think about how many guys play baseball in California. Inside move from Howell, and they got him in a rundown. He chases down the runner at second in Zapata. They tag him, and he's out. So the Merchants strand a runner, but they take the lead off the sacrifice fly from Jace Jeremiah. Blues trail by 1, heading to the bottom half of the 3rd inning. I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues streaming network. Merchants get 1 run to take the lead off a sacrifice fly from Jace Jeremiah. They get 2 hits and they leave a runner on base. It's now 5-4 Alameda, and leading things off is Braden Mondu. He's first pitch swinging, ground ball on the left side. Here's a backhand from Jeremiah at short, throw to first. Nice stretch from Young to dig it out and retire Mondu. What a play. Let's take a look at it again. It was a softly hit grounder over to short. Jeremiah had to range a long way with that backhand, make the throw across his body. And look at the splits here from Young to pick it from the dirt. Not much you can do there. One pitch, one out to David Thomas as Casey Borba in search for his second hit of the day. Had a clutch 2 RBI single in the first inning. He got things going for the Blues. They had a 2-0 lead. Fast forward to now, it's 5-4 Alameda as that slider's in there for strike one. Borba in game 2 against the Walnut Creek Crawdads went 1 for 3. Run batted in, 2 runs and a walk. He checks his swing, went around, no balls and 2 strikes. David Thomas got some sneaky stuff, man. A 5-pitch arsenal for the kid. And he's making the Blues work here ever since that blow-up first inning. The four-seam, the sinker, slider, curveball, splitter. He'll throw it all at you. And he has a 1.28 ERA entering this game. No question there. There's a sweeper missing outside. Zapata stops it with the backhand. 2 balls and 1 strike to Casey Borba. Thomas has entered the portal after spending 2 seasons at St. Mary's, not far from where he grew up in Alameda, California. That fastball just misses outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. Had some struggles last season in his 11 innings of work. He had a 10.64 earned run average. 9 walks to his 11, 9 strikeouts to his 11 walks. He's got 3 Ks today and 1 walk. Here's the 2-2. This one's softly hit in the air. Coming in on it is Thames, and he grabs it for the second out of the inning. 2 quick outs here for David Thomas as Zach Tellerman steps up for his second time today. Tellerman struck out swinging back in the first inning for the first out of that inning, and he was 0 for 4 with a K against the Walnut Creek Crawdads in game 2. Looking for his first hit ever since committing to San Jose State just a few days ago. First pitch to him, swung on and fouled straight back into the netting. Had a chance to creep over and perhaps land in the broadcast booth for the first time ever. No balls and 1 strike. This will be Tellerman's 3rd college after spending his season last year at UC Riverside, and before that 2 years at Cuesta just up the road. 0-1, taken for strike 2. Tellerman thought about it. It's going to be a strike anyway. Hits it, it's a double. Thomas on the 0-2 comes home. Tellerman swings and taps it over the glove of the catcher Zapata. Stays alive, no balls and 2 strikes. Tonight's bat boy absolutely booking it. So much feel. 0-2 again to Zach. Hit hard out to left field. Levitt McGee chasing it, and it is one-hopping the wall. Tellerman rounds first and heads into second base. A 2-out double for the Spartan. Some serious distance for Zach Tellerman. 311 feet down the line, hitting it 90 miles an hour. That's his first extra base hit of the season. Comes at a good time as Bradley Navarro can tie this game up with 1 swing. A runner in scoring position in ZT after that 2-out double. Navarro popped out to center field last time he was up for the second out of the first inning. The left-hander awaits the right-handed pitcher's offering, and it's low, 1 ball, no strikes. Navarro just spent his first season in Ann Arbor with the Michigan Wolverines as a native from Huntington Beach, California. Started in 14 games, and he played in 29. Big lead at second for Zach Tellerman. As double taking over there is Thomas. He comes home and misses inside to Navarro. 2 balls and no strikes. And how about this? I mean, he had the 183 average as a true freshman, but 3 extra base hits in his 11 hits. A homer and 2 doubles. It's after winning the National High School Invitational and the Division I CIF State Championships in California. 2-0. Another pitch missing inside. 3 straight balls to Bradley Navarro, one of the 2 left-handed hitters in tonight's lineup, batting 6th for the Blues. Navarro with 1 foot out of the box, now evens it up with his left. Standing in the manicured left-handed batter's box, across the way from the crater-ridden right-handed area. 3-0, taking all the way for strike 1. Blues trail 5-4 to the Alameda Merchants. Sacrifice fly back in the 3rd inning. The cause of this deficit. Blues struck first with a 4-run inning in the first and riddled with errors in the second. They allowed the same amount right back to him. Navarro checks his swing, and they say he didn't go around, and that's ball 4. Back-to-back base runners for the Blues, and now Owen Estabrook, who had a 2 RBI double in the right center gap last time he was up, stands in for the Blues. Estabrook from Santa Barbara in his senior season with the Royals at San Marcos High School. Batted .296, 3 home runs, 6 doubles, and a triple. As he takes that slider for strike 1. 6 doubles, he had a double of his own in the past inning to bring across 2 runs for the Blues. And what was his first extra base hit of the season. He waggles his bat. Knees slightly bent, stance a little bit open on the 0-1. Fastball misses outside, evens it up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Heading into this game, he was 5 of 21. Scored 1 run, had 1 walk to his 5 strikeouts, batted in 5 runs. Has 2 RBIs tonight, 1 hit. Estabrook on the 1-1. Taps this one right behind home plate. Now 1 ball and 2 strikes. 79 miles an hour coming at you for Owen Estabrook. The speed differential goes crazy. David Thomas tops out at 93 miles an hour, but he can come right back at you with the changeup below 80. Tough as a hitter to get that down, as the shadows now completely engulf the right-hander from St. Mary's. Here's the 1-2. Estabrook takes strike 3. 2 runners stranded as Estabrook frustratedly stomps back into the dugout. Blues don't have an answer here in the bottom of the 3rd. It's still 5-4 Alameda. We'll go to the top of the 4th inning and say what's up to Ryan Giacomini. I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. Fourth inning is brought to you by Studio Design Group Architects. You can find them at sdgarchitects.com. Studio Design Group Architects. For 40 years, they've designed buildings with one thing in mind: people. Joined now in the broadcast booth with Ryan Giacomini, my lovely producer and commentator. Ryan, I mean, the errors just continue to plague the Blues, and they can't seem to get the bats going ever since that first inning.
The errors are the biggest thing. 4 runs, none of which came earned on Jackson Howell's line because of the 3 errors.
Yeah, it was a tough outing out there for Mondew at shortstop in that second inning. Just the throwing errors and the clank from Zach Tollerman. I mean, how do you explain these things, especially after you get extra practice before the game?
You can't. They're just routine plays. The Mondew error was actually the one that I was like, okay, like it was just a weird hop.
Yeah.
The Tollerman one, it was a strike.
Yeah.
Right in his glove. And then the Hickson ball one was a tough play. He just spiked it straight into the ground. It should have been a pretty routine 4-6 putout.
Yeah, and I don't even like calling Mondew's an error because I know how gnarly that is, getting that short hop, as this one's lined in front of the Alameda Merchants bullpen, 1 ball and 2 strikes. I don't even like putting the E next to that because he did the right thing. He squared it up. He took the steps in. It just took a wicked hop right off his shoulder.
Yeah, it was a really tough play, and it was just either he had to charge it or if he sat back like he did, it was going to eat him up. Mm-hmm. Overall, it wasn't the biggest issue of the inning. It was the other 2 errors that really played a part, especially that Hickson ball error. That brought across 2 runs in that inning. And then last inning, not a horrible outing in the last inning from Howell, just gave up a pair of hits. One was a very soft hit.
1-2 is dribbled to third. Lopez has got it on the big hop throw to first. Plenty of time to retire Blake Jacobs for the first out of the inning. 9-hole hitter retired. Flip it back to the top to Wyatt Thames, leadoff man who's 0 for 2 on the day. Grounded to first base, and Zach Tollerman flipped it over to Howell for the first out of the game, and then reached on error in the second inning. That throw from Hickson ball we were talking about not too long ago.
Blues in league play have 21 errors, which actually puts them in the middle of the pack in the league. But the teams that are all above them, so have less errors, are all the teams that are above them in the standings as well. You have teams like the Legends, the Foresters, the Crawdads, even the Stompers, who are actually just below them.
1-0 from Jackson Howell is hit on the ground right side. Hicksonbaugh's got it. Good hop to him. Pumps his glove, goes over to first. There's 2 gone here in the 4th inning. Now the rest of the CCL North, the Sonoma Stompers are just a half game below the SLO Blues, which if the season ended today, the Blues and the Menlo Park Legends would compete for a wild card spot, as Menlo's second place, a game and a half behind the Walnut Creek Crawdads, who are starting to catch fire once again. They're on a 5-game winning streak before losing their game before entering the series with the Blues. Now they're back on their winning ways again, 4 in a row, also fueled by San Luis Obispo and that short road trip in the middle of the week. First pitch swing, sent into center field. E.J. Royal gets it, no problem, and that retires the side. 3 up, 3 down for Jackson Howell. Last time he did that was back in the first inning. He does it again here in the 4th. 5-4 Merchants for Ryan Giacomini. I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. Bottom of the order for the San Luis Obispo Blues, Gio Blanchette, Sebastian Lopez, and E.J. Royals searching for an answer after throwing up a 0, going 3 up, 3 down from Jackson Howell's 4th inning of work. Saying out there, it's David Thomas. The Blues are trying to figure him out. They thought they had the answers back in the first inning. 4 hits and 4 runs coming in that time as well. Since then, 3 Ks, 1 hit for the Blues. From the windup, sends it to Blanchette, who swings and misses at that fastball downstairs. No balls and 1 strike. Blanchette lined out to right field in the first to end that frame last time he was up. 0 for 1. Missing way outside, even at 1 ball and 1 strike to David Thomas. That's the best that Jackson Howell has looked in the last half. Both bullpens are empty. It actually looks like someone in the Merchants bullpen is getting stretching. And sending this one straight back for strike 2 is Gio Blanchette. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And for Howell, it looked like he got his confidence back in that last frame. In the first 3 innings, he's been picking away at that outside corner, living up in the zone, not wanting to come in on the hands to the right-handers. That's where he's been so good with the slider and the changeup and the fastball. As Blanchette rolls out of the way, almost throws his shoulder at that offering inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hopefully he can find a groove here. And as the Blues want to suppress the Merchants as much as possible, and they want to get the bats going like they did in the first inning. Deep sigh from Thomas as he comes from the chest in the windup. Slider taken for strike 3. Home plate umpire never made the call. The catcher, Zapata, just began throwing it around. That's the only reason I knew that was strike 3.
That was really, really weird.
Yeah.
Home plate umpire, as you said, literally made no signal to it until Zapata had already thrown the ball to the third baseman, Jacobs, and then he held up a singular fist, unlike we've seen him ring people up today, where he has a very quick motion to ring them up.
Kind of like the inverse of what we saw at Walnut Creek. The home plate umpire there would throw up the strike 3 call on literally strike 1 it happened. Wait, am I messed up? Did I miss something? Now strike 1 is Sebastian Lopez. Off the hands in the infield. Ranging to his right is Young, over to first for Thomas, and they retire Lopez on 2 pitches. Nice play. There was a lot of moving parts there, but the Merchants did a nice job of communicating, and especially for Thomas, using his athleticism to run across the bag and tap it for the 2nd out of the inning.
A very athletic play, like you mentioned. Sebastian Lopez still struggling with the stick, trying to find that first hit. We've seen how good he can be with the glove. If he can get that bat going too, there's not a ton of competition over there at third base. It's really only him, Comerford, and Borba. So we could see him a lot more in the lineup if he could figure out how to put the ball in the outfield and get on base.
Lopez played his first season at Seattle University. He redshirted last year. Looking for some redemption in his redshirt sophomore season with the Redhawks. As taking strike 1 is the leadoff man, E.J. Royal. He now swings and misses, no balls and 2 strikes. EJ is 1 for 2 on the day. A single in the first, came around to score. And a ground out to second base. A loud out from the Utah Tech Trailblazer. He's been having a lot more of those lately. Some healthy signs. 0-2, swung on and miss. EJ Royal goes down in 3 pitches. That's not something you see very often. We'll head to the bottom half of the 4th inning. Still 5-4 Merchants. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. 3-4-5 for the Alameda Merchants. 5-4 ball game. They have the advantage over your San Luis Obispo Blues. Jackson Howell heading back out there for his 5th inning. Looked really good in the last frame of the 4th. Seemed to have gained some confidence after going 1-2-3 against the Merchants. Getting them the swing and his pitches right to his defenders. They can make some easy plays, and he gets strike 1 here to Casey Levitt McGee. He grounded out to Tollerman to end the inning in back-to-back innings today. He's 0 for 2. 0-1 is swung on and missed for strike 2. And Ryan, I have to ask you, I talked about a little earlier, what are your thoughts on this bat right here?
I don't hate it only because it slightly matches their color scheme.
That's a good point. 0-2. Checks the swing, didn't go around, 1 ball and 2 strikes. But let me bug you for a sec. That yellow is a little brighter than the number. It's a little gold. The number's a little more gold than that yellow.
It fits more. It was like the Blues color jersey than it does theirs.
Yes. Off the hands, left side. Mondu can't come up with it. Another error for Braden Mondu at shortstop. That's the 4th one of the day for the Blues.
It just cannot happen. Those are routine ground balls that have to be made into outs. They've been killing the Blues this summer. I actually looked down at my scorebook and wrote 6-3 because I figured that was going to be an out, but an error nonetheless.
And that just makes it hard for the defense to end the inning, because now you just have to work extra hard to make sure that run doesn't come around to score. If it does, it just sinks your chest that much more, especially if you're Mondu. He knows he has to make that play. He just slaps his glove in frustration. It's a play he's made 100 million times. And we know that he has the capability of coming up with that ball. As taking fastball upstairs is Kaiukai Young. He's 1 for 2 on the day. A single in the 3rd, came around to score. Grounded out to Mondu. There's an example. Fielded the ball cleanly there. Short lead at first base from Levitt McGee. As Howell comes home, and the fastball is in there for a strike. 1-1 on Levitt McGee from Laney College, where he was the Bay Valley Conference Player of the Year, Freshman Player of the Year, and hits leader. That's the guy at first base. It's Kaiukai Young here taking ball 2.
Impressive repertoire there from McGee.
He's got the accolades for days. His first year of college, racking them up. Kaiukai Young went to Modesto Community College. Now he's at Northwest Missouri State. Checks his swing. They appeal to first. They say he didn't go around. 3 balls and 1 strike to Young. So he spent 2 seasons with the Pirates in Modesto. And in those 2 seasons, he had a career 341 average, 59 hits, and 173 at-bats. And in his last season with the Bearcats, 286 average. As he skies this one, Sebastian Lopez has got it. Awkward grab as folding over is Kaiukai Young at the plate. He smiles and points his head towards the sky as he hobbles back to the dugout. 1 gone here in the 5th inning.
A long range from Sebastian Lopez. I heard him call Estabrook off like as he was crossing the foul line. Estabrook was like 3 or 4 steps away from that ball. Would have been a much easier play, but Sebastian Lopez said, I'm going to flash the leather here.
And that he did. You know, like when you have a cat, right, and it's sitting down, as Howell comes with the fastball, Rogers swings and misses. I don't know if you're a cat guy.
Not a big cat guy, but I have had cats.
Okay, so you get, if you have a cat, especially a young cat, and you throw like a ball or like that feathered thing, you know, the feathered toy that has like the bell inside, you throw it over their head, and they almost do a back handspring to grab it. That's kind of what Lopez looked like right there on that play. 0-1 swung on and missed for strike 2.
And that would be just a compliment to Sebastian Lopez. I mean, cats
No, it's not a diss.
I know.
Reminded me of that.
Cats are agile.
Very.
And that was a athletic, agile play from Sebastian Lopez. But I do agree. He overran it a little bit and then had to do that like back spring to make the catch.
Had a lot of elements to deal with there. The sun protruding through the netting and the shadows with that. He was running in. I'm sure he was running and his head was bobbing up and down. It's difficult to track. But here's Jack Rogers with no balls and 2 strikes, 1 out. Runner on first base. Standing in the middle of the batter's box. Big secondaries. This one's hitting to left field, and that's going to drop for a base hit. Moving up 90 feet each. Jack Rogers, his first knock of the day.
Good piece of hitting from Jack Rogers to take advantage of that hanging breaking ball. Jackson Howell was lucky that that didn't turn into extra bases and give another run to the Merchants. That ball was just a middle slider.
That's the 8th hit of the year for Jack Rogers, the DH. Now runners at first and second for Alameda. It's Frank Zapata. He's 0 for 0 on the day. He's got 2 walks. Came around to score in the second and was picked off at second base to end the 3rd inning. The backstop looks at first pitch fastball for strike 1. His first 2 at-bats from Jackson Howell. Jackson came in on the hands on him, and the first one had to roll out of the way, and then the second one actually
plunked him.
That's right. Why did I write walk on my book? Come on now. Huge secondary at second base from Levitt McGee. That's 1 ball and 1 strike. So yeah, the walk and the hit by pitch, excuse me on that one, as the catcher-outfielder hybrid from Laney College awaits Howell's offering. Here's the 1-1. Swung on and hit to Mondu at shortstop. Slow roller flips over to second for 1. On to first, over the head of Tollerman, and he is off the bag. He tries to back pick him at third. Can't get there, so it's just the force out at second base to get Jack Rogers as Frank Zapata reached safely.
Good play and flip. Hicksonball's throw just a little too high for the long reach of Tollerman, but a good job to jump up off the bag, corral the ball, and keep that runner at third rather than him coming around and scoring.
And some good awareness from Tollerman, too. He saw Levitt McGee overshoot third base. He tried to backpick him on that play. It was a dart over to Lopez at third base, just not in time. As taking the first pitch for strike 1 is Rocco Granucci. He's 1 for 2 on the day, a single in the third, and an error from Mondu at shortstop. He came around to score after reaching on air. The Willamette Bearcat with his hands tight next to his right ear. Taking off for second base is Zapata, and he's in there safely. 2 runners in scoring position for Alameda.
Good throw by Estabrook. Hicksonball just overran the bag, was then standing in front of it and had to dive to try to make the tag. Instead of coming more straddled over the bag, he probably would have got that out had he been in that straddle position.
2 gone, 2 runners on, both of them in scoring position, and it's still Rocco Granucci. The Bearcat from Willamette and a native of San Diego, California. Here's the 0-2 to him, and he hits it softly in the air right side. Going back is Blanchett. He's got plenty of room, stands flat-footed, makes the grab. So Jackson Howell gets out of the jam. It's still 5-4 Alameda. We'll go to the bottom half of this inning. I'm Nate Mills with Ryan Giacomini on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Jake Hicksonbaugh leading off the bottom half of the 5th inning. Jackson Howell escaped the jam with 2 runners on, getting some soft contact to Blanchette in right field for the fly ball out. And rolling back out there is David Thomas for his 5th inning, as there is a pitcher warming up in the bullpen for Alameda. Hicksonbaugh takes the first pitch offering outside, 1 ball, no strike to the kid, or should I say the artist formerly known as the kid.
The kid senior, maybe?
Oxymoron right there. Hitting the air to left field, battling the sun is Levitt McGee. Ranges back to his right, makes the grab on his heels for the first out of the inning.
And you just mentioned Jackson Howell, who's done a relatively good job today. He's only given up 1 earned run, just 5 hits. And there is an arm getting loose for him, and it's Eddie Tierney. I would not be surprised to see Tierney come out. I saw Tierney and Cipolla both warming up today, so that might be the order in which they come out of the pen. Blues just looking to try to find a way to either tie this game up or take the lead.
That's a tandem we typically see when Damazonio comes in to start. Trainer is starting to move around some pieces with the bullpen, as bullpen arms are at a premium for the Blues. Talked about it in Game 2 against the Crawdads. They almost had to go to their bench, and not just their bench, but guys already in the field of play. Almost had Comerford and E.J. Royal come in to relief pitch, but they didn't have to do that and just had Jack Sand roll out there after pitching the day before. But just like moments like that, something the Blues experienced late last summer, it's coming earlier this year. And it's a problem you commonly see in summer baseball, right? Because summer baseball is a time mostly for the hitters to get their reps against live pitching, and pitchers don't want to risk, injuring themselves, so they'll typically work out at Tread Athletics or Drive Line up in Washington or wherever, as Mondew spoils that one out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
You're absolutely right. They have seen a decrease in the amount of relief pitchers they have. We actually saw Omar Reynoso come back to the ballpark today, First time we've seen him in a while. So another bullpen guy for the Blues, whose bullpen up until this last weekend against the Seagulls has been really good, and then the wheels have just kind of fallen off in the last couple of games.
Well, they have some more reinforcements in Matt Morrell, as Mondew sends this one to right field. Going back on it as Granucci, he'll make the running grab for the second out of the inning. Matt Morrell coming to San Luis Obispo from Oregon State, teammate of Noah Ferguson. The Blues are looking for some length from him as well, as he wants to be a nice piece for Dean Trainer in his pen. So now two outs here. The fly out from Hicksonbaugh and the fly out from Mondew in right field. I thought I had a chance to go over the head of Granucci, but he's able to make the running grab, and it's Casey Borba, the cleanup hitter. 1 for 2 on a day. Had that 2 RBI single back in the first inning, and then flew out to center in the third. First pitch to him, missing low and outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Borba's seen the ball well, and he's made a name for himself right away on this Blues roster. Made some flashy plays over at third. Just looks really comfortable there. For a sophomore in college, looks like he's been playing that spot in the minor leagues and, maybe a few years in the big leagues for a couple years. Throws on the run, barehanded plays. The flexibility at the hot corner is impressive. Showing it with the stick, too. He had his first home run in that 2-game set with the Crawdads a few days ago. And he skies this one into right center. Playing in that spot already was Thames, and he just has to jog over a few steps for the third out of the inning. Blues go 3 up, 3 down, 3 fly ball outs, 1 to each outfielder, as we're actually going to stay live here on the SLO Blues streaming network and cut down to Ryan, who, while you weren't looking, grabbed a couple of tennis balls, and he's about to throw them into the bucket. This is a part of one of our promotions here at Sinsheimer Stadium. Fans have to try to heave the tennis balls over the net, which Ryan didn't do. My goodness. Try to land it in the bucket. If you get it in the bucket, you get season tickets for the rest of the year. If not, you get a gift card to Tennis Warehouse and tickets to next game. As Ryan, that was pathetic. I mean, we talk about it all the time in the booth, how close everyone gets. Ryan, I think, had the biggest advantage you could possibly have, and he barely got it over the net. I got to chirp him once he gets back into the press box here, as that was an abysmal performance. The bucket falls over, and the tennis balls continue to fall in. Looks like no one's going to get season tickets as the bucket is knocked over. As Ryan Giacomini comes back into the press box, what a hideous showing. Just gross.
Yeah, that first throw was perfectly online, and then it just nicked the top of the screen. I was sitting there admiring it like I do when I hit a good chip shot in golf. But unfortunately, it hit the thing. And then the other two throws weren't that bad. They were just a little offline.
Yeah.
But the first throw was not good.
To say the least. Well, that's one of our promos out here at Sinsheimer. We're going to let the new pitcher in Eddie Tierney warm up. We'll go into break in the top half of the sixth inning. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blue Streaming Network. Well, that's all she wrote for Jackson Howe. He went 5 innings, 5 hits, 5 runs. Only one of them was earned. 2 walks and 2 strikeouts. And now the University of Nevada Reno Wolfpack member Eddie Tierney fills his place, the sidewinder right-hander.
Been a really solid reliever for the Blues this season.
Missing upstairs to Jace Jeremiah, who's leading things off this inning, 0 for 0 on the day.
He actually has the most innings pitched of any reliever on the team with 13 1/3 with a 2.02 ERA.
Good stop from Estabrook behind the dish. 2 balls and no strikes from Tierney. Last time he was out, he came into relief against the Seagulls. Went 2 1/3, allowed 3 earned runs, 2 walks and 1 strikeout. He faced 14 batters in those 2 1/3. As there's strike 1 to Jace Jeremiah. And that was an uncharacteristic outing for him, I'd say. Typically a strike thrower, very effective with the sidearm. As that one misses inside, 3 balls and 1 strike. He's had difficulty in that past outing with the Seagulls, and it appears already with Jace Jeremiah to corral the movement on that fastball. 3-1, that misses way outside. Easy walk for Jeremiah to get things going here in the 6th inning.
It may just be an adjustment, and at least at that at-bat, coming from the bullpen mound to the real mound, very different feeling. Just trying to get his footing down, and then he'll get the ball over the plate once he has that figured out.
Yeah, always working on something. Everyone here in summer ball, we talked about it in the last half inning, how typically you see You see hitters in summer ball working on stuff and trying to new things with their stance. We're seeing that with Casey Borba, adjusting the height at which his heel is off the ground and the openness of his stance. There's no difference here with Eddie Tierney, who's adjusting his pitching mechanics, as showing bunt was Blake Jacobson pulling it back for strike one. 0-1 to the third baseman, who's 1 for 2 on the day, a single in the second. He was stranded at second base, and a ground ball to third at Sebastian Lopez, who came down crashing on that bunt attempt. Oh, one, he shows bunt again, hits it right above his hands. No balls and 2 strikes.
I thought that got his hand, just the sound that made when it hit the bat. There was almost no sound, which is almost always an indication that it hit some part of the body. But he did a good job to keep his fingers and his hand behind the barrel of that bat.
Ryan, you're from the Bay Area and follow the Giants. Does his stance remind you of anyone's?
Come on. Yes, it does, obviously.
Tell it to us.
I don't want to embarrass myself here, actually. I
What?
recognize the stance very.
Wait, you were so confident.
I was. It's very Brandon Belt-like,
No.
but it's not him. But Brandon Belt had a very stood-up stance, too.
0-2, spoiled up and out of play. He's currently playing for the Giants.
Oh, Wilmer Flores.
Yeah,
there
there
we
you
go. So he's just had such a big fall off this year, I kind of forgot about him. Best player on the team last year. And I won't say the worst, but one of thy worst. At least hitters.
Pick over to first, not in time to get Jace Jeremiah. No balls and 2 strikes to Blake Jacobs.
Now that I think about it, actually, Brandon Belt has a very similar stance to Zach Tollerman. Kind of that very wide stance.
Soft hit, and can't glove it is Tierney, but he recovers as he softly throws it to Tollerman to retire Blake Jacobs. But advancing over to second base is Jace Jeremiah. 1 gone here in the 6th.
Yeah, Tollerman, Brandon Belt's stance is very stood up, no bend at the knees, but it's wide.
Yeah.
And Tollerman has a very similar one. His knee's a little more bent. I can't believe I didn't get that, though. I should have known.
You were so confident. I thought you were going to get it, immediately.
Confidence is key.
Holding up on his swing and looking at that strike all the way is Wyatt Thames, the leadoff hitter, looking for his first hit of the day. Grounder to Tollerman at first, reach on air in the second. A ground ball to Hicksonbaugh at second base in the 4th. 0-1, slider, delayed swing. And you could tell the way that ball went directly back into the netting. No balls and 2 strikes.
And now that you mention it, it is eerily similar to Wilmer Flores. It almost makes me think that he modeled it after
Right?
Wilmer, because it's so very the bat is so parallel
yes.
with the little circle movement.
Mm-hmm. 0-2, swung on and missed, strike 3. First K of the day from Eddie Tierney and the second out of the inning.
Good pitch there from Tierney on the fastball. Here it is again, just hammered it by him, and a big swing and a miss from Wyatt Thames, who's 0 for 4 now.
Climbing the ladder there is that Wolfpack member and Eddie Tierney. And there's now 2 gone for Vicente Feliciano. He's 1 for 3 on the day, a single in the first, got caught stealing, struck out swinging, and lined out to center field. And it looks like we'll actually see a pinch hitter here for Feliciano. Jacob Ornells from Augustana College from Honolulu, Hawaii. Right-hander, rising sophomore, going to Augustana. Pinch hitting for Feliciano. So his day is done after a 1 for 3 outing. And the first pitch to him, missing outside. Estabrook, nice stop on the backhand. 1 ball, no strikes.
Estabrook has made no mistakes back there yet today. Common theme we've been seeing amongst all the catchers who have been putting on the gear for the Blues this summer.
1-0, swing and a miss, elevated fastball for strike 1. Yeah, I talked about it earlier on the broadcast that all 3 catchers are very reliable behind the dish. The thing that's been separating guys apart has been the bat of Parker Goff. He's swinging at the hottest of anyone. Probably Nico Button in second. And Estabrook trying to make his case in this game. doing a good job so far with that 2 RBI double, going the opposite way. As that off speed from Tierney's taken for strike 2 against the pinch hitter in Ornelas.
You're right. They have all been very good behind the plate. The bats have been the separation, but Estabrook is trying every day that he gets an opportunity to make Dean Traynor put him in the lineup. He wants to make it so Dean has no other option. That he's playing so well, it's like, how do you keep him out? Kind of the way E.J. Royal's playing right now. It's like, how do you take E.J. Royal out of the lineup with how well he's swinging the bat and playing defense?
Pretty hard as Ornelas digs back in on the 1-2 offering from Howell, and he shoots a base hit the opposite way. Getting the signal at third base is Jeremiah. He comes in. The throw is not in time. Blanchette slaps the glove over his knee as the Merchants take a 6-4 lead over the Blues.
I think Blanchette is a little upset with himself because he reached in the glove and didn't grab it. But then the second time he went back in and got it, he threw a dart to the plate too. If he got it out of the glove that first time, it probably would have been a putout. It got stuck in that glove, and instead it results in a run.
Pocket just got too deep there for Blanchette, and it allows another run to come in to score for Alameda. And how about rolling off from the bench? Jacob Ornelas just coming through and poking that base hit the opposite way. That's really hard to do.
It is really hard to do. It's a little bit easier because it's only the 6th inning. This game's also been moving a little bit. It hasn't been sitting for that long. It's tough when you come in like the 9th.
Sending that one up and out of play is the hitter Casey Levitt McGee for strike 2.
He had a little bit of an easier job, but still very difficult. I mean, they took batting practice about 3.5 hours ago. So tough to swing the bat 3.5 hours ago and then come in and get an RBI knock.
No balls and 2 strikes to Casey Levitt McGee, a runner on first base, and Tierney missing way outside for ball 1. Pitchers playing hacky sack down there in the bullpen. No one getting loose. 0-2. Downstairs from the knees, Estabrook. What a throw to gun down the runner at second base. Ornelas had no chance off the missile from Owen Estabrook from his knees. The side is retired, but the Merchants do get another run. 6-4 Alameda, heading to the bottom half of the 6th inning. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on Slow Blues Streaming Network. This inning is brought to you by Richardson. They are the official cap of the CCL. Both teams in tonight's matchup are wearing that R on the side of their hat. For CCL play, will be doing so for the remainder of the season. Richardson, the official cap of the CCL. Owen Estabrook has a missile.
Yes, he does. I mean, let's take a look at that throw that he made to end the inning. I mean, from his knees, just an absolute dart to Mondu. Mondu didn't even have to slap a tag on. It was already right in front of the plate.
Just exploding off of the hand of Estabrook, and right on cue as we're talking about making it hard to take you out of the lineup. It's a good way to do it. 1-1 to Tarman is swung on and missed. There's a slider from David Thomas for strike 2. Thomas rolling back out there with his slider at 21 inches of horizontal break. Almost 2 feet. As the 1-2 is popped up, playable in the infield. Calling everyone off is Jacobs at third. There's the first out of the inning. Thomas really wanted to get that ball.
Yeah, it's something we've seen a lot this summer in the CCL is pitchers attacking these pop-ups when, I mean, the rule of thumb is it's always the fielder's ball. If they're going to call you off, you leave it for them. But the pitchers, we saw Hawk Hill do it for the Stompers when they were down here. Saw somebody do it last weekend, I believe, on the Seagulls, and then almost today as well.
One gone here for Brad Navarro as he whiffs at that changeup for strike 1. Navarro is 0 for 1 on the day. He popped out to center field in the first, walked in the third, and was stranded at first base. Blues trailing by 2 to the Alameda Merchants as the shadows have completely engulfed Sinsheimer Stadium, and the sun is just about to set behind Cerro San Luis. Golden hour on the Central Coast. One of the best times to be here, looking at the brownish hills with the green bushes dotted all over them. The telltale signs that you are in one of the most beautiful states, if not the most. 0-2 almost hits him. Navarro has to dodge out of the way of that fastball inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
It's one thing I love about Sinsheimer. Over to our left in the broadcast booth, you have a nice mountaintop ranging over some apartment houses, and then in dead center you just have the waves of hills. And it just make this place so beautiful.
It's so casual, too, right? You could just be getting groceries, and you're driving through a neighborhood, and you're like, why am I in a movie?
Exactly. Especially for anyone that's been to SLO Murray Street, where they have that sidewalk in the middle of the road with all the oak trees.
Yes.
Very beautiful.
Yes. In the fall?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we're talking. Navarro down 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Huntington Beach native knows a thing or two about natural beauty growing up along the beach.
I actually get the pleasure of driving on Murray Street every day to come to the Blues games, and I always just admire how lovely it is. It's always shady but still warm in a way.
Yeah. Full count to Brad Navarro. Are you an oceans or mountain guy?
Oceans.
Yeah?
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah. But you get the best of both worlds in San Luis Obispo.
You do.
We have the tri-tip challenge here.
I haven't done it yet.
Me neither.
And I'm a huge hiking guy, and I haven't done it.
Then we need to do it before you leave.
Yes. Payoff pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. Bradley Navarro goes down swinging. First strikeout of the day to the kid going to Michigan. That's also Navarro's 3rd strikeout of the season.
Tough pitch for Navarro to do anything with there. There's a dirty slider from Thomas, who's been really efficient in today's ball game. Is still in there over halfway through the 6th inning.
So they had a right-hander going to replace Thomas early on, and I don't see that pitcher anymore as Estabrook fouls that one off. No balls and 1 strike. Earlier, it was Anthony Gamboa, and now it looks like a different look. I think it's Brandon Leone getting hot out there. 1 off-speed taken for strike 2. Estabrook is 1 for 2 on the day. That 2 RBI double in the right center gap, his first extra base hit of the season, and a strikeout looking in the 3rd. Middle infield playing back. Corners playing pretty deep as well on the 0-2. And he looks at that slider downstairs. Good set of peepers to the Columbia catcher.
And a really good pitch by Thomas went to the same exact slider that struck out Bradley Navarro, but Estabrook able to recognize it out of the hand and keep the bat on the shoulder.
1-2 to Estabrook. Fastball missing low and outside. Third baseman Jacobs thought it was in there. He halfway towards the dugout, but it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Estabrook.
A very close pitch. I don't know how he thought it was a strike from his angle he has over there. It was close, but on the outer part of the plate.
From the right side of the rubber, the right-hander comes through on the windup. 2-2, and Estabrook dodges that fastball inside. Fills it up now at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Estabrook doing a nice job in this at-bat, taking balls, as almost touching home plate to get that ball from Zapata was Thomas. Struts back to the mound. And a 3-2 count here with 2 gone. Owen Estabrook, who has struck out 6 times this season, has only walked once. 3-2, misses downstairs, and there's the second walk of the year to Owen Estabrook. Second time reaching base safely today, and a 2-out base runner for the Blues.
Went down 0-2, put on his glasses and watched 4 straight balls. Good job to come back in that count and win the at-bat.
So Blanchette steps up now. He's looking for his first hit of the day. Last time he had a hit was a week ago against the Sun Rays, where he went 1 for 3, had 2 runs, and that base hit wasn't good for an RBI. He also was hit by a pitch, walked, and struck out. Blanchette exchanges a few words with third base coach Rene Regalado. Estabrook over there at first base. Owen doesn't have a stolen base this season, as he stands with his hands on his hips at first. He didn't have any at Columbia either. As the pitching coach for Alameda heads back out there to talk to his right-hander, and I think his day has finally come to an end.
Maybe not.
I saw action. There's a guy blowing hot air into a fist out there as he sidesteps onto the warning track. Now the grass. And Thomas hasn't left yet. It's like he's getting tagged out in wrestling. It's like freeze tag almost. He hands the ball himself.
That should not happen.
I've never seen that.
Me neither. I mean, the manager always takes the ball. That's why I didn't think he was coming out, because the manager hadn't taken the ball yet.
There was no, like, slap on the butt or on the shoulder or anything.
That was so weird. I've never seen anything like that in baseball. Both of our eyes kind of shot open watching that happen.
Ryan and I are about to reflect on what just happened. We're going to go to break as the new pitcher warms up. We'll tell you who it is on the Slow Blues streaming network. New pitcher in for the Alameda Merchants as David Thomas's day is done. Brandon Leone from Modesto Junior College up to face his Central Valley neighbor and Giovanni Blanchette, who's from Fresno City College. Leon's a rising sophomore from Turlock, California, and he fills in the gap of Thomas. He pitched 5 2/3 tonight, holding the Blues to 4 runs on 4 hits. So getting 7 Ks as well. Short lead over at first base from Owen Estabrook. As the 1-1 is taken outside. Good stop from Zapata. 2 balls and 1 strike.
I still can't get over that interaction on the mound that transpired as Leon came in the game.
It was interesting. That's what's great about baseball. You see something new every day. You learn something new every day. There's a new memory for the books. The throw back to first is not in time.
And maybe it's a coach's philosophy. I could see how you could find ways to, like, as a takeaway, like you're passing the torch to him, like
Yes.
like you would in like a relay race.
I could see that.
But I've never seen it.
Blanchett swings and misses. A strap comes off of his Evo Shield armband. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Leon has made only 1 other appearance this season, and it was at the Sonoma Stompers on June 22nd. He went 4 innings, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, allowed 2 hits, no runs, as Blanchett goes down swinging. Second strikeout of the day for Gio Blanchett. They strand a runner at first, and Owen Estabrook. Still 6-4 Merchants heading to the 7th inning. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on SLO Blues Streaming Network. Top of the 7th here on the SLO Blues Streaming Network, and now would be a good time to remind you that this inning is brought to you by Studio Design Group Architects. You can find them at sdgarchitects.com. Studio Design Group Architects. For 40 years, they've designed buildings with one thing in mind: people. Eddie Tierney back out there in place of Jackson Howell. He replaced him last inning. And Eddie allowed 2 base runners, a RBI single in the 6th. That increased the lead 6-4. Alameda Merchants, and that's where we stand right now. As this one's chopped over to Tollerman. He's got the easy hop, taps the bag himself, and there's the first out of the inning.
It's the 3rd straight 3U for Levitt McGee. That's another weird thing that you just don't see that often. He's a lefty, so he's just pulling grounders to the first baseman.
Sure.
But not even, no PFPs.
No.
They're not getting the pitcher involved at all. All Tollerman.
In 3 of Levitt McGee's at-bats today, we've seen Tollerman flash the palm to the pitcher. As dodging from that fastball is Kai Young for ball 1. Just let that hit you. It wasn't coming in that hard. It was the soft stuff from Eddie Tierney.
The flexibility is what surprised me.
Yeah.
He was in a full toe touch.
An acute angle, if you will.
I don't think I could bend like that personally. That's why I was so shocked. I was like, whoa. Like I think I would get hurt. You got to take me out, coach, if that happens to me.
2-0 is late on that fastball, sends it out of play. 2 balls and 1 strike. You got to invest in some yoga, man.
I know I do. It's bad.
It's good for the mind, good for the soul.
Yeah.
I guess they do yoga out there in Missouri, where he goes, Northwest Missouri State. 2-1 fastball just missing outside. Tierney not sure where that missed. 3 balls and 1 strike.
You were just in Missouri just a few months ago.
I was just in Missouri, yeah.
A lot of yoga?
Not a lot of yoga.
Not a lot of yoga.
A lot of BBQ.
Yeah.
Big fan of that.
Bet it was pretty good, too.
It was. This one skied into center field. Flipping his bat is Young. Royal makes the grab with no problem. 2 gone here in the 7th inning.
Now, I know the barbecue there was pretty good, but is it better than Old Slow barbecue?
I knew you were going to bring that up. Nah, man.
It's not.
Nah, man. I think I went to the wrong place because when I was there, I was covering the NCAA Wrestling National Championship, something I've never even remotely covered wrestling before as a journalist at Mustang News at Cal Poly. I went with a little team there, and it was a really cool experience. And one of the guys I was with, Michael Hernandez, who's just an elite mixed martial arts wrestling reporter, so good at what he does, shout out to him. He kept recommending the spot Joe's Barbecue. And me, just being an idiot, it's like, oh, wait, this place looks good, actually. And then now every time I see people go to Kansas City, they're all at Joe's Barbecue. And we went to this random place in the Kansas side of Kansas City. Yeah, I mean, it was still good. And swinging and missing. And he's Jack Rogers for strike 1. As, hey, Ryan, how about another sidetrack for you? Another rocket's being shot off.
Another one? That's, oh, my.
It has now taken center stage as Jack Rogers is 2-1 in the count to Eddie Tierney. The fans oohing and eyeing. The phone starting to turn on as going the opposite way. Off the hands, falling for a base hit as Jack Rogers staying alive with 2 outs here. That's his second knock of the day. Back-to-back hits for Rogers. Another rocket.
I don't blame them for oohing and eyeing. We had one last weekend. Mm-hmm. Then I actually went out to the beach for a little bonfire, and we saw another one.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So I've now seen 3 in the past 8 days or so, which is incredible. They're so pretty to watch. You guys can see it there, and just a little left of the middle of the screen.
Phone's beginning to elevate here.
I don't see a single pair of eyes watching the baseball game. And I don't blame them.
Good thing we're here. Taking strike 1, it's Frank Zapata. Runner on first base and Jack Rogers. He just got a base hit. Softly hit single falling in front of Blanchette down the right field line off the hands. Half swing, fouling that one into the Blues dugout. No balls and 2 strikes.
You talked about this last time because you had seen one before, but it's after they release the, I don't know what it is.
Like the pod or
But it makes that beautiful blue-white ring.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully we'll see that soon.
There's a flying saucer from Eddie Tierney while we're on the topic. Estabrook dives for it, but is able to stop it, save the 90 feet, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And I'm going to do a little bit of adjusting on the camera here so that we can continue to follow this.
Okay, so I have the launch logs. Well, I'll let you know what it is next inning. Shooting a base hit the other way. There's back-to-back hits for the Merchants. Frank Zapata as stretching it over to third base is Rogers. Runners at the corners after they single from Frank Zapata. That's his first knock of the day.
I think it's starting.
The
main event.
Second phase. Can we see it in this lighting? Because I know at nighttime it's very visible.
It's just going to be harder to see, I think. Continue to.
Runners at the corners now for Rocco Granucci. Yeah, I can't see it anymore.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder to see for sure.
Well, the fans have rested back down as that orange flame emerged from that thick marine layer coming out from the Lompoc Valley and immediately stole the show at Sinsheimer. Tierney working against Granucci, who's 1 for 3 on the day. Base hit in the third, reached on air in the second, scored there, and flew out to right field in the 5th.
Stole the show. Everyone, including everyone in the press box, you and I were awed by it. Our our press box director, that one misses low. Jack Chirac had his binoculars and was taking a look at him.
Oh, man.
We were all just ogling at the sight of a rocket Bing shot.
2 balls and no strikes to Rocco Granucci. And the pick over to first, not in time.
On the theme of space, we talked about it before we went live today.
Uh-oh.
Moon percentage is back.
We're so back. We saw the strawberry moon last time we were out here. That's the 2-0. Nudges the outside corner for strike 1. 2 balls and 1 strike to Granucci.
I could personally not be more excited.
For the moon percentage?
Yeah.
I don't know what's to come because we saw a full moon covered in pink and red hues, and it was, so blatantly 100%. Now we can get into that gray area of it could be 17, it could be 20%.
Yeah, it's been a week since we've last done a moon percentage, so some definite change.
Stay tuned, man. Change up, missing downstairs from Eddie Tierney. 3 balls and 1 strike. And after getting 2 quick outs on that grounder to Tollerman and that pop out to center from Young, Tierney has allowed back-to-back base hits. Now a runner in scoring position. And is taking a look. That strike 2 is Granucci.
And it looks like sunset is at 8:21.
Get off the weather app, dude.
What?
You're going to see the moon on accident.
Well, does it show there?
Yes.
Oh, I did not know that.
Good thing you didn't see it. Tapping this one softly on the right side. Hicksonbaugh has to adjust a bit. Throws over to Tollerman, and the sign is retired. Runner stranded at first and third for the Alameda Merchants. It's 6-4, and it's time to stretch. I'll let you know about what rocket was just launched. Here, for Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blue Streaming Network. (9-1-2) in the bottom half of the 7th inning on the Slow Blue Streaming Network. Blues still trailing the Alameda Merchants 6-4 in this ball game. They've been shut out ever since the first inning. They scored 4 runs in the first, goose eggs ever since then. Lopez trying to change that now as he takes a look at that slider for strike 1.
I cannot think of a better time for Sebastian Lopez to get his first hit of the season.
0-1 whiffs at another slider, quickly down, no balls and 2 strikes. He's already struck out once today, grounded out to first, his second time up. And quickly working, swings and misses at another slider. 3 straight pitches to Sebastian Lopez. There's his second K of the day.
Just hasn't been able to figure out yet with the stick up there at the plate. 0 for 3 today with a pair of strikeouts, and he now has 8 strikeouts on the season.
E.J. Royal now steps up, the leadoff man for the Blues. He's 1 for 3 on the day. Collected his 29th base hit of the year back in the first, and he came around to score off the bat of Kisi Borba. Grounded out to second, And he chops this one down the third base line, foul, strike one. He struck out swinging in the fourth on 3 straight pitches, something we don't see that often from EJ.
What's crazy about his 29 hits is he's first on the team, obviously. Second on the team is Brendan Comerford, who has 15, almost double. He came into this game with a 406 clip and a 180 OPS. A 1080, I should say. Excuse me. Numbers are hard sometimes.
That's why we're journalism majors, and the statistics master student is to our left doing stats for the team. 1 ball and 1 strike to EJ Royal. Slider missing way outside from the quick-working Brandon Leone. Came in to replace David Thomas last inning. Get the final out of that frame. As Royal shoots it through the 5-5 hole, a base hit. Hit number 30 for the Trailblazer.
Officially double the amount of hits than the second guy on the team. He is just, I mean, he's incredible. It's so fun to watch him play baseball, and we were ogling at how well he started the season, how hot he was. He had, I think it was 5 multi-hit games to start the year, and we still are ogling at him. This is the first game of the second half of the season.
Well, and I think he's reached another level as well because he would collect those base hits, but I think there was still some speculation as to how sustainable it could be because they were all off soft contact. It wouldn't blow away your eardrums when you would hear the ball off the bat. But now he's unlocked the hard hit area of his game. And now that he's done that, I can't see him slowing down anytime soon the way he's seeing the ball.
Me neither. That one wasn't that hard hit, but what I loved about that one is he pulled the ball. He's been struggling all summer with pulling the baseball, and he pulled that one right through the 5-5 hole.
He can spray it to all fields, and he is unlocking that left side for the right-handed hitter as Jake Hixenbaugh is down no balls and 1 strike to Brandon Leone. Royal at first base after his 30th hit of the season. As the 1-0 is sent straight back foul, no balls and 2 strikes. EJ got a nice beat on that break towards second base. Fans have started to file out or throw on their puffer jackets as temps have dropped below 60 degrees. Pick to first, and Royals back in time.
Yeah, 7-degree drop from what it was at first pitch. And a little chilly. We put on our Blues pullovers up here.
0-2 to Hixenbaugh. Missing outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So I promised you guys, the rocket is no longer in sight. But I can confirm that it was a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. It will launch on the, how do you say this? Is it NROL or just NROL?
I assume it's NROL.
I think it's just NROL,
yeah.
186 mission. Hixenbaugh fouls this one straight back, staying alive with 2 strikes, 1 ball and 2 strikes, Hixenbaugh. On behalf of the National, what is it?
Reconnaissance.
There you go. I've never seen that word.
It's like recon, the word recon. It's what it's long for. The National Recon Office.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So there you go. Elon back at it again with his Falcon 9 rocket. One of his favorite spots at Vandenberg. You want to dissect this sentence for me, Ryan? The agency stated that this will be the second launch, as the fastball misses outside. The agency stated that this will be the second launch supporting its, quote, proliferated architecture delivering critical space-based intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance to the nation. Hixenbaugh pops it up. It's playable in foul ground. Jacobs ranging. He leaps over the fence, and he can't get there.
Good effort by Jacobs. Let's see if I can break down the sentence. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but to me it sounds like they're trying to figure out what space looks like in a way. I don't know. Delivering critical space-based intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance to the nation. I like how it says to the nation.
What is proliferated architecture? 2-2, missing inside. Good at bat from Hicksonbaugh. Fills it up at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I would think that that's like the shape of different planets, like moon craters, stuff like that.
There you go.
Maybe I'm wrong.
That could be. That's a good guess. Throw to first, not in time. Hicksonbaugh is the tying run as he steps up here with 3 balls and 2 strikes. Good at bat, rattling off foul balls against Brandon Leone. Left-hander looks at his right-handed counterpart as he looks at ball 4. Great at bat from Hicksonbaugh as he emphatically flings his bat into the on-deck circle.
Gave a little yell over to the dugout, too. He was pumped up with that at bat, and rightfully so, as he now stands as the tying run.
Tying run now on base. Back-to-back base runners for the Blues with 1 gone. And Braden Mondew, who is on the quest for his first hit of the day. A walk back in the first, stranded at second base, grounded to short, and a fly ball to right field. Zapata talking it over with his right-hander Leone at the mound. They break and now head back to their areas.
And now I'm trying to do some research on what
that was a scary website you were looking at.
Proliferated architecture is. That's Space Development Agency, so it's actually pretty legit.
It's above my pay grade. Or my mental capacity. Feet completely on the infield grass as Young over at first base. Creeping is Jacobs at third as the first pitch gets away from Mondew. Runners move up a station each. That was easy. 2 runners in scoring position for the Blues.
You'll take it. Now Mondew, a great opportunity like he had in the first inning to bring around some base runners and get the Blues back in this ballgame.
The go-ahead run stepping into the batter's box after tapping home and tapping his head. Corners playing in. Middle infield playing back. Outfield at regular depth except for Granucci in right. He's a little shallow. On the 1-0 to Mondew, long load. And it's missed downstairs, 2 balls and no strikes.
And I can't find much on these specific types of the surveillance it's doing, but I'm seeing proliferated warfighter space architecture.
Whoa.
Yeah. It's the first thing that popped up when I looked up proliferated architecture. Whoa.
Just got deep there for a sec.
Yeah. I'm going to continue to look.
Well, there is another launch scheduled from Vandenberg in July. Doesn't say what date yet, but it's also a Falcon 9. Stay tuned.
Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll be on a day of a game. Again.
Fireworks?
Maybe.
That'd go crazy. 2-1 to Mondew. Off speed, taken down the middle for strike 2.
During the fireworks show?
Yeah.
That would be crazy. It's actually that rocket. It made a cool little shape up there in the sky with its fumes.
Yeah, it did.
The purple sky makes it really easy to see. It's actually a really beautiful looking sky and night here.
Baseball sky at Sinsheimer. A classic. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Mondew. And missing outside is Brandon Leone. Back-to-back full counts.
A very close pitch and a good take by Mondew to work the count full. Big opportunity here for the 3-hole hitter.
Blues have had some pretty good at-bats this inning after the Lopez strikeout. Royals' 30th hit. Hicksonbaugh seeing a lot of pitches, and Mondew swings and misses for strike 3. There's the second out of the inning and the third K of the day for Brandon Leone in an inning and 2/3 pitched. Now Casey Borba, who's already driven in 2 runs today, wants to do the exact same here and tie this ball game up.
And some deja vu almost. Last time he had that 2 RBI base hit, E.J. Royal was on third, Jake Hicksonbaugh was on second, and they both got to those respective positions on a wild pitch.
Something to think about.
Let that tease your brain as he steps into the box. Wind
blowing directly out to left field. Lights filling out the entirety of the field as Borba goes the opposite way. Thames has got some wheels, though. He makes the running catch in center field for the third out of the inning. The Blues strand 2 runners in scoring position. It's still a 6-4 ball game. We'll head to the 8th inning. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on SLO Blues Streaming Network. Eighth inning here on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. The Alameda Merchants lead the SLO Blues 6-4 entering this frame as this one's chopped over to Mondu at short. Nice play over there for the first out of the inning. Throwing on the run, getting it on the short hop is Braden Mondu to retire the leadoff man, Jace Jeremiah. That's the Mondu we know and love over there at short. As it's now Blake Jacobs, who's 1 for 3 on the day. And actually, it looks like we'll see a pinch hitter here for the Merchants. It's going to be Brady Wetzel from Chabot College, a rising junior who's uncommitted and a native of San Ramon, California.
Now I don't know because they have 3 numbers.
We have 3 number
4,
zeros.
actually.
4.
But 3 of them are pitchers. So I'm going to assume that you're right and it's Wetzel.
Well, Brady Wetzel is listed as an infielder. Blake Jacobs playing third base tonight. As Tierney comes from the windup and swinging and missing is Wetzel for strike 1. Skipper outside. Nice backhanded stop from Estabrook. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Wetzel this season, 18 at-bats. He's got 3 hits, a 167 average. 1 run batted in, 5 strikeouts to 1 walk. He's only played in 8 games. Last time he played, it was in their loss to the Foresters yesterday down in Santa Barbara, the 6-2 loss that they had. He actually had himself a day. 2 for 3 with a run as he taps this one on home plate foul. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So before that loss to the Foresters, the Merchants actually made up some significant ground as to what was a pretty brutal start to the season. 3 wins in a row, stompers, legends, and it came to a halt with the loss to Santa Barbara. So they're playing the Blues right now, and they're halfway through a road trip where they'll finish up in San Luis Obispo, then host the Gulls as Wetzel strikes out swinging after rolling off the bench.
They have been figuring it out, and it's been really the offense that has figured it out. 5 and 6 runs in those 2 games against the Stompers, as their pitching also has been doing a pretty good job. Gave up just 1 run on the 23rd to the Stompers, and then 5 on the 25th. That was a walk-off win in the 10th inning.
Wyatt Thames now is up there and takes a look at strike 1 from Eddie Tierney.
I shouldn't say walk-off because they're the away team in that game, but they took the lead in the 10th.
The go-ahead.
Yeah.
0-1, swung on and missed for strike 2. And they got a tall order ahead of him after that game against the Gulls at Walnut Creek. Then they host the Dads.
Yikes. That's a good ball club, and the Blues know that.
0-2, swung on and missed. Soared from Eddie Tierney. Side is retired. We'll head to the bottom half of the 8th. 6-4 Alameda. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the SLO Blues streaming network. Blues look to score a run for the first time in 7 innings. And Zach Tarman takes a deep breath. 1 foot in the box, now the other. The leadoff man for the Blues this inning is 1 for 3 on the evening. He's got a double in the 3rd. Struck out swinging in the 1st and popped out to first base in the 6th.
The Blues only have 2 hits since the 1st inning.
That was Tollerman's first extra base hit as well as he takes a look at strike 1. The newly acquitted Spartan pops this one up deep in the twilight sky. No one can see it. This is going to drop. Ryan, it's time for my obligatory twilight sky spiel. It is so hard to see the ball in the air with a sky like this. It's that time of night. The sun has set. The sky is starting to darken. And when you see balls up in the air, especially when they go above the light, it's essentially impossible to see.
It is impossible, and the ball kind of shot straight up off the bat of Tollerman. The second baseman, Feliciano, just kind of ducked and made sure it didn't hit him in the head.
Yeah, I mean, between the triangle of Granucci and I believe that's Ornelas at second and Young, palms were facing the sky immediately. I mean, you could hear from up here as the ball skips away off the shin guard of Zapata. A free 90 for Zach Tollerman as he rounds second. Thought about third, but he holds up there.
And how would you score that? An error or a hit?
That's a hit.
It has to be.
Yeah.
It has to be a hit. There's just no glove that touched it. It's hard to give an error. Like, who do you give the error to? You could say second base because
you could say second because closest.
It was right at him, but
I'd give it a hit. I'd give it a hit.
I would personally give it a hit as well. While there's a break in the game, let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Had a few games already finish up in the CCL, one of which was the Crawdads in the Menlo Park Legends, as the Crawdads took an 8-6 victory, which means this game is all the more important as the Blues could jump into that second place spot with a win. The Conejo Oaks and the San Diego Sunrays played at Sparky Anderson Field, and the Oaks came out on top 9-3. And at Eddie Matthews Field in Santa Barbara, the Foresters beat Ventura 10-6. And one other game going on, and that is the OC Riptide and the Arroyo Seco Saints, as the Riptide lead 3-0 at Great Irvine Park, bottom of the fourth inning there.
Conejo and Santa Barbara are both tied for first place in the CCL South. Arroyo Seco and OC are tied for second place. They're both half game behind Conejo and Santa Barbara.
Tight race.
Very, very tight down there in the CCL South. Always some good comp down there as that fastball misses downstairs to Brad Navarro. Searching for his first hit in 6 days, 6 calendar days. He had 2 against the Gulls. None today. Pop out to center, a walk, and a strikeout swinging. 2 balls and no strikes to the Michigan Wolverine. We're on second base. That's Zach Tullerman. He got over there after the infield couldn't find his pop-up in the twilight sky, and then fastball that ricocheted off the shin of Zapata.
We now have the official scoring, and they're going to give that a error on the second baseman.
Director of Stats needs to be fired. Who's in charge of that?
I don't know, but you can head over to our Instagram page. I think it says on there.
He's not hard to find. 3 balls and 1 strike to Brad Navarro.
I believe if you go on there, it might be the second or third most recent post that actually shows our director of stats.
Ryan's giving you instructions, guys. 3-1 missing downstairs. There's a walk to Navarro. Runners on first and second, and now the go-ahead run steps up to the plate, and his name is Owen Estabrook.
I was a little off. You have our 2 pin posts with our schedule and another post, and then if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see our director of stats, and we're obviously just joshing. We love everybody that
do with that information what you will. That is all I will say.
AJ Brown, nothing like the AJ Brown on the Philadelphia Eagles, but even better, I would say. There's some incredible photos on the Instagram page.
Did we put his home address on there?
We might have to.
We might.
We actually have both of our stats guys just recently getting their intern spotlight.
Uh-oh.
Trey Chase.
There you go.
I mean, look at that man. I don't know. A graduate of Cal Poly last year, not in your class, but the class before. Took a year off, and now he's going to
Someone's older than me?
Duke. Yeah. I think he might actually be younger.
Whoa.
I think he may have skipped a year or something. Still somehow younger.
So it looks like Brendan Leon's day is done. A new relief pitcher. Leon physically handed the ball to the new guy coming in. Unsure what his number is yet, but if you stay with us on the Slow Boost Streaming Network, we'll tell you coming out of the break. With Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills. Stay tuned.
Instagram.
This could be Owen Estabrook's big break. The Blues are down by 2 against the Alameda Merchants, and the go-ahead run in Estabrook stands up to the plate against the new pitcher. Anthony Gamboa come into relief, and Estabrook shows bunt, pulls back, and takes strike 1. Tough call there for the Columbia Lion. As he digs back in, no balls and 1 strike.
A very tough call, like you mentioned, for Estabrook, and a small ball look. Looking to bunt the winning or the tying run into scoring position in Bradley Navarro.
Gavin Constantine's running out there with no helmet. And it looks like he will be pinch running for Zach Tollerman. That was a weird look for a sec.
Yeah, just not enough helmets in the dugout today, I guess. Constantine will take over. A smart decision, as Constantine has a lot more speed than Tollerman does. And then I assume we'll either see Goff over at first or maybe Comerford.
So it's Anthony Gamboa from Fresno in for relief. He's pitched in 2 games, 2 1/3 innings, 4 strikeouts, a walk, and 1 hit. He's appeared twice, both of them with the Stompers, as that slider misses outside. His most recent appearance was 3 days ago when they hosted Sonoma in their 6-5 victory. 1 inning pitch, he got the save, 2 strikeouts, facing 3 batters. But now he's here in San Luis Obispo, pitching to the winning run. Estabrook shows bunt again on the 1-1, pulls it back, takes it for strike 2.
He's not happy with that strike call at all. He thought it was a little bit low, and now with 2 strikes, he has to swing the stick and can't, or might not have a productive out. We'll see what he can do. He already had the big extra base hit in the first inning.
Estabrook waggles his bat with the corners playing in, and he calls time at home plate. On deck, it's a pinch hitter, Nico Button for Giovanni Blanchette. Blanchette's day is finished, going 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a liner to right field. Gamboa comes set, looks at second, now comes home on the 1-2, and Estabrook holds up his swing. Great job doing it on that slider out in the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
A very good job, and now we see Dean Traynor unloading his bench, bringing some boppers into this game. We've seen him do it in the past as well, where he'll unload the bench in a close game in the 8th or 9th inning, and he's doing it again here in the 8th with 2 on and nobody out.
Estabrook goes down looking. Strikeout for Owen as he has some words for the home plate umpire, and the pinch hitter and Nico Button steps up now.
Tough look for Owen Estabrook. Really wanted to come up big there with for his team, whether it be swinging the bat or bunting somebody over.
Second strikeout looking for Estabrook today. Finishes 1 for 3 with a walk. Had that 2 RBI double. As Nico Button, the left-handed hitting catcher from Berkeley, digs in for Giovanni Blanchette. He is now the winning run as he's rolling off the bench for the first time here in the bottom of the 8th inning. First pitch, missing inside for ball 1. So for Nico Button this season, he has 10 hits in 27 at-bats. He's got a .370 average this whole season. And 3 doubles to his name. 5 walks to his 2 strikeouts as well. As he holds up on his cut on the pitch missing outside. 2 balls and no strikes to Button.
Button looking to be productive here. He's been a really good left-handed batter for the Blues. Another reason why it's hard to keep him out of the lineup is because he's a catcher who bats lefty, just something you don't see that often.
2-0. That just misses inside. 3 straight balls to Nico Button a native from San Mateo, California, not too far from Walnut Creek.
Button knows it's tough to come off the bench and swing the bat for a hit, so just being really patient up there at the plate, trying to move that runner into scoring position without having to swing it.
Button calls time, and Constantine stretches out his knees at second base.
Got to be tough for Constantine, too, just running off the bench with little to no notice. Now he has to try to be the speedster we know he can be.
Here's the 3-0. Button takes all the way on that two-seam fastball, missing low in the zone. 3 balls and 1 strike. Nico, this past season at Berkeley, 9 runs batted in on 15 hits. This summer with the Blues, he has 4. Swings and pops this one up and out of play. Count is now full at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Just a tad bit behind the fastball, but doing a good job trying to get the timing down on it. Button batting an impressive .370 this summer with the Blues. 10 hits and 27 at-bats.
The valedictorian from Sarah High School in 2021 looking to be smart here in the 3-2 count. Runners on second and first. Winning run at the dish. Braden Jeffries waits on deck. He's going to pinch hit for Sebastian Lopez. Payoff pitch is sent into right field. Smoked at Granucci. He makes the grab, and the runners retreat to their stations.
A really good piece of hitting from Nico Button. That ball just jumped off his bat right at the glove of the right fielder, Granucci.
96 miles an hour coming off the lumber of Nico Button, and that's just a real tough break for the kid. There's not much you can do there. I mean, you work yourself into a 3-2 count, and you see a lot of pitches, and it pays off for you with hard-hit contact. It goes down in the books in his journal in the dugout as a quality at bat, but it doesn't show up any runs for the Blues in this game. As Braden Jeffries pinch hits for Sebastian Lopez. Lopez finishes the day 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts swinging, and a grounder to first base. Jeffries has been Mr. CCL North. Leads the entire CCL in many categories offensively in league play.
One of those being average, where he's putting up a 444 mark early in the CCL summer.
Second in the league in slugging at .667. Leads the league in on-base percentage as well, living in the 600s there. Michigan commit, looks outside, 2 balls and no strikes.
I mean, almost a 1,300 OPS.
The freshman, left-handed hitting infielder from Valencia, California, just graduated from Hart High School this past spring, and will be flying over to Ann Arbor to join Bradley Navarro, his current teammate, who is at first base. Here's the 2-0. Sends it up and out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You just mentioned it, but the most impressive part about how well Braden Jeffries has been playing is the fact he graduated high school about a month ago.
He has not seen, technically, college pitching yet. He doesn't have a college at bat.
No,
in the books.
On the Michigan website, baseball website,
right.
There's no stats allowed.
No.
So you're 100% right there. The only college level pitching he's seen has been here in the CCL.
2-1 to Jeffries, missing way outside. Hitters count now to the left-handed hitting infielder. 3 balls and 1 strike.
And it's because he works himself into counts like this. He's almost always ahead in the count. He doesn't strike out that much. He's just really good at getting ahead, getting on base, and providing for his team.
3-1, taken down the middle of the plate. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Another full count for the Blues.
He doesn't mind taking that pitch at all. It was a big looping breaking ball, not the pitch he was looking for. Now, with both runners going, a huge spot for the kid.
A swing from Jeffries could feed families.
Or how about 2 broadcasters?
How about that? Catcher calls time, and Gamboa bends over on the rubber. Doesn't step off. as hopping in the on-deck circle is E.J. Royal, emphatically taking practice swings.
He wants an opportunity to help his team win here in the 8th.
Here's the payoff to Braden. Runners go, missing downstairs, ball 4. And Ryan, can you think of anyone else you would want in this situation?
Maybe Nate Mills.
Okay.
But no, on a real note, E.J. Royal is the perfect guy to have up. Already has 2 hits today. First on the team in hits, first on the team in RBIs, first on the team in a lot of different categories. This is the guy you want at the plate right now with a chance to tie or take the lead.
That wasn't real?
No, sorry. I did almost watch you hit a ball out of Sinsheimer at BP last weekend.
Stay tuned.
But I watched EJ hit one out.
Yes.
At Monta Vista.
Yes.
So.
EJ swinging a hot stick. The exit velocity on the uprise for the Utah Tech Trailblazer as he's looking to do damage here in the bottom of the 8th inning. His team trailing 6-4 to the Alameda Merchants, trying to snap a 4-game losing streak. Gavin Constantine at third, Brad Navarro at second, and Braden Jeffries at first. E.J. Royal calls time at home.
A very different look from Brandon Leone, who pretty much caught the ball, got right back on the rubber, and threw it. Gamboa's taking his time up there, going through every single sign with the catcher.
Center field playing deep, corners at regular depth in the outfield. Gamboa comes from the windup and misses upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes to E.J. Royal. A count you just don't want to get into this guy.
If you're Gamboa, you can kind of mess around trying to find spots on the outer half of the zone, knowing that if you walk home a run, you're still winning the ball game, especially if he knows how well E.J. Royal's been playing this summer. Not a horrible idea, but definitely not one you want to resort to.
2-0. Tries to pick at the outer half of the zone, misses too far. It's 3 straight balls to E.J. Royal. And that could be a dangerous game as well because, as we know, Royal is a opposite field first guy.
You give him a fastball in the outer half, he's like, all right, I'll just sit back on it, poke the barrel at it, and hit it into a gap.
Yeah, now he's not even poking it. He's punishing it.
Yeah.
3-0. Taken for strike 1. Fastball missing, hitting the bottom edge of the strike zone. Bases loaded, Blues trailing by 2. Winning run is at first base. 3-1 is fouled straight back. Another full count for the Blues.
And I think everybody that's remaining in this ballpark held their breath on that pitch. The anticipation is killing everybody, and when he fouled it back, you just heard everyone go, oh. They just let out a big, like, I wouldn't say sigh of relief in a way, but they were just so anticipated.
Tensions rising as the fans get loud for E.J. Royal, who's 2 for 4 on the day. The hit leader, the RBI leader, the extra base hit leader. The leadoff man, the runners to go ahead at first, and he swings and misses with the bases loaded. Gamboa is pumped. 6-4 ball game. The Blues miss a golden opportunity as we head into the 9th inning. 6-4 Alameda. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on Slow Blues Streaming Network. The ninth inning is brought to you by Plan Perfect. Be sure to contact Sherry Tollerman at Plan Perfect Retirement as Hicksonbaugh fields that one and makes the play to Comerford for the first out of the inning. Contact Sherry Tollerman at 949-223-8397. Sherry Tollerman at 949-223-8397 or visit planperfectretirement.com. Plan Perfect, corporate retirement plan specialists.
Some defensive changes for the Blues. Let me tell you all about them. Mondu's going to move over to third. Constantine, who pinch ran, is going to go into shortstop. Comerford will take over at first for Tollerman, who was pinch ran 4. And then Max Lane takes over in right for Giovanni Blanchette after he was pinch hit for by Nico Button. Well, there it is. A ton of moving around for the Blues as they just went lefty heavy against the righty in the bottom half of that inning. Had a good opportunity to score, but came up empty, and now they got to do it in the ninth.
Yeah, golden opportunity for the Blues. You had your best hitter in E.J. Royal, who is having a rare 2-strikeout game. He struck out with the bases loaded, and he was visually frustrated. Don't blame him. Huge opportunity there. The team was counting on him. But they still got another chance here in the bottom of the ninth. But before they do that, they have to close the door against the Merchants. Can't allow any more runs.
Just quickly going through my scorebook here. I haven't gone to all the games, but only one multi-strikeout game for EJ and all the ones in my scorebook.
There you go. So there's strike one to Casey Levitt McGee after the first pitch swinging grounder to short from Jacob Ornelas. There's 1 ball and 1 strike now to Levitt McGee, who's hitless on the day. He has 3 ground ball outs to Zach Tollerman at first base. 2 of them are to end the inning. And he reached on error in the 5th where he was stranded at third. Nice slider there from Tierney in there for strike 2.
Just softly pulling the ball down the line. All 3 have been pretty routine, unassisted ground outs for Tollerman.
From the windup, Tierney comes home, misses outside on that fastball. Quickly backpedaling towards the rubber, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two. Swung on and hit softly the other way, and that's going to land foul down the left field line. Landed foul by 3 feet or so, as Navarro was giving chase on it. Ended up at the warning track against the fence. We'll do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ball was just foul by a couple of Subway sandwiches. As the left-hander stands back in against the righty Tierney. Here's the 2-2. Fastball just missing downstairs. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Hitters on both sides have been filling up the counts, making the pitchers go pretty deep into these ABs as the fastball is taken for strike 3. Levitt McGee doesn't like it. He reveals the headband underneath his helmet, and he tosses his banana-colored bat out of the batter's circle. Now it's 1 gone here off Eddie Tierney's 3rd strikeout of the evening. So 2 gone now here in the 9th for Kaihuke Young, who is 1 for 4 in the day. Single in the 3rd inning as he takes a look at strike 1. Grounded to short, popped out to 3rd, and popped out to center field. Rocking the pink arm sleeve on his left hand as he flattens his bat and then pops it up. Looks like it's playable for Estabrook as he grabs it with the mitt with the helmet in his hand. He flips it with the mitt back to the mound, and the Blues got some work to do. They trail by 2 runs, due up for San Luis Obispo. 2-3-4 for the Blues. 6-4 Merchants. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Blues are down to their final 3 outs, trailing by 2 runs to the Alameda Merchants. Here at Sinsheimer, bottom of the 9th, Jake Hicksonbaugh batting second. It's Mondu on deck, and after him, it's Casey Borba. Left-handed hitting Jake Hicksonbaugh shuffles out of the way the first pitch offering from Gamboa for ball 1. Hicksonbaugh today is 1 for 3, a single, a strikeout looking, and a fly out to left field, accompanied by a walk in the 7th inning. And he's up here, 2 balls and no strikes.
Just being patient up there, getting on base. He knows that he can't single-handedly tie this ball game up. He has to just get on and let the guys behind him do that part.
Swung on, it's a slow roller to second base. Ornelas has got it. Easy throw to Young, who skips off the bag for the first out of the inning. Would have been nice to have the wheels of Jake Hicksonbaugh over there at first base.
Indeed it would have. Leads the team in stolen bases. So you're definitely right. Having his speed would have been a huge advantage. He's 12. Or 13, excuse me. That's E.J. Royal who has 12 right on his tail for that number 1 spot.
So now it's Braden Mondu, who's hitless today after going 1 for 4 in Game 1 against the Crawdads. He walked today, grounded to short, flew out to right field, struck out swinging last time he was up in the 7th. As that slider was not a strike at any point, he can just take it all the way for ball 1.
And he should have a similar approach to what Hicksonbaugh had early in that at-bat, is that he can't single-handedly win this game. He just needs to find a way to get on base and allow Borba on deck to do his part.
Mondu takes a look at the second offering for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes to the Vulcan. Casey Borba standing on deck. As 2-0 is swung on and missed for strike 1. And he wanted to get the hack in there. 2-0, gripping and ripping like an absolute savage.
Just waiting for a spot, and he got it. It's your favorite count.
It is.
And maybe Mondu's too, as he just ripped at that one.
2-1, swung out again, made contact this time, popped it up and out of the stadium. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jake Hicksonbaugh grounded out to second base. Bottom of the 9th inning, Blues trailing by 2 to the Alameda Merchants. They haven't put up a run since the first. Mondu on the 2-2. Looks at the changeup downstairs. Gamboa frustrated that Mondu didn't fish for it. A victory for the shortstop as he sighs and steps back in the 3-2 count.
I would be frustrated as well. A very good pitch and an even better take from the third baseman.
Deep sigh from Gamboa as he comes from the belt. 3-2. Swings and pops this one. This one's out of play as well. Staying alive at 3 balls and 2 strikes as Mondu sticks his tongue out for the crowd. Moon is not visible tonight, unfortunately. We'll see if the Blues can make up for it with potentially a walk-off victory here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Here's the payoff to Mondu again. He crushes this one to center field. Going back on it is Thames, and it just dies in the air. Hit an absolute brick wall in the atmosphere.
That it did. That ball, shot off the bat.
100 miles an hour for Braden Mondu, scalding that to center field, and I thought it had a chance. My gut moved on that one because it was crushed out there.
Yeah, maybe if it was a little bit warmer, we've now dropped to 57 degrees. But that ball was just jumped off the bat. You saw Thames put his head down and almost full sprint into the gap, and then he turned around and was like, wait, I need to come in on it now.
Yeah.
Like, he thought it was going to be way over his head. I've only ever seen one ball go out to the way he just hit it, and it was a Max Lane home run in batting practice that was just crushed.
And it was 80 degrees or so that afternoon. No wind blowing. There's wind blowing in right now. We don't see it that very often. Usually it's going towards left field. That would have helped out Mondu on that swing. But with the moist marine layer entering the coastal valley and the night fully in effect, the iconic graveyard at Sinsheimer is on full display as Casey Borba quickly falls to no balls and 2 strikes. Gavin Constantine is in the on-deck circle. He came into pinch run for Zach Tollerman. He stayed in this game, is now at shortstop. Mondu moved over to third. 0-2. Borba looks at the fastball just outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Borba may have got lucky there. I'm not too sure where that ball missed. I'd guess I would say outside because that's the vantage point I have from here in the press box, but I'm not too sure.
1-2 to Borba. Pokes it the other way. It's softly hit to Young. Easy flip to first, and he drops the ball. Gamboa botches it on the flip at first base.
The Blues have life all of a sudden. I thought this ball game was going to be over. But Gavin Constantine has a chance to make it happen for the SLO Blues.
The kid from McKinney, Texas, in the St. Bonaventure Bonnie wants to make him pay. He's the tying run with a runner on first base.
He has a chance to do something special with that baby blue bat up there after the mistake from the pitcher, Gamboa.
Medium lead at first base is Borba. As Gamboa, no relation, yanks that fastball downstairs. Fans starting to begin the wave here as the Blues are down to their final out. Tying run up at the dish. Another yanked fastball outside. 2 balls and no strike to Constantine. As the pitching coach for the Merchants heads out there to talk to his right-hander. Now, I didn't see anyone warming in the pen for Alameda.
He shot out of that dugout like the rocket we saw shoot out from Vandenberg. He saw it was a ball, and, I mean, he just stood up from his seat and straight out the dugout. Just calm his pitcher down a little bit. Allow him to breathe here in this spot. After he makes the error, he's probably feeling the pressure to really make sure that he gets the win for his team. The manager just going out there to calm him down a little bit, remind him that he just has to throw strikes, let his defense work behind him. And Gavin Constantine's hoping that he just leaves one out over the plate that he could do some damage with.
Constantine is the tying run at the dish. On deck is the go-ahead man, and Brad Navarro. He doesn't have a hit today yet. Constantine doesn't either. This is also his first AB.
Sounds like Navarro's due then to me.
Sure does.
So if he gets the opportunity, he'll be looking for something. He'll also have that matchup advantage, being a lefty facing the righty Gamboa. But first, Constantine has to reach base safely for that to happen.
2-0, misses downstairs. 3 straight balls to Gavin. In his 26 at-bats this summer, he's batting .307 with 8 hits, 2 of them for extra bases, 2 doubles. B move over to first base. Back there easily as Borba. Six to 4 lead for Alameda. Blues down to their final out. Constantine takes all the way for strike 1 on the 3-0 count.
Constantine's a good guy to have up there right now. You mentioned his average just a tad over 300, looking to get on and keep this game alive.
3-1. Fastball missing upstairs, ball 4. The go-ahead run is walking up to the plate.
His name is Bradley Navarro. I watched him take his helmet off, say a few words into his helmet as he wants to come up big for his team here.
Navarro tonight, 2 walks, a strikeout, and a pop-out to center field. This season for the Blues, he has 8 hits in his 23 at-bats, a .347 average, 2 runs batted in, a triple, and a double. He can hit the ball hard with the best of them. And wants to do that here. Looks like the wind has died down as the first pitch just misses up and away for ball 1. Navarro On the 1-0 from Gamboa, who comes set and shrugs, now kicks and deals. Takes a fastball, strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Owen Esterbrook is on deck, the catcher from Columbia. It's 1 for 3 on the day. Gamboa stares in at Zapata, back behind the dish. He gets his sign. His feet come together on the stirrups. 1-1. Missing, up and away. 2 balls and 1 strike to Brad Navarro.
Really patient approach from every batter so far in this inning. It's worked out for the last 2. Navarro, similar approach, hoping that he can get on. Biggest thing if he gets on is it pushes Gavin Constantine, the tying run, into scoring position.
Would love to have wheels like that in scoring position as Navarro on the 2-1 swings and fouls this one straight back into the net. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Blues down to their final strike and their final out here in the bottom of the 9th inning, trailing by 2 runs to the Alameda Merchants. Trying to hold off a 5-game losing streak. Wanting to right the ship here in front of 1,400 fans at Sinsheimer Stadium on a Friday night. Navarro waves his bat, slouched in the left-handed batter's box. Twitches his elbows, the 2-2. Swings and fouls it straight back again.
Doing a good job of just staying alive up there, giving himself another opportunity to get the pitch that he wants.
Players in the Blues dugout crowding in front of the entrance up against the netting. Fans in the grass on their feet. Tensions are high at Sinsheimer. As Gamboa comes set, he nods, now delivers, and Navarro fouls this one off again. Staying alive here in a 2-2 count is Bradley Navarro. And if he were to come up with something here, I think this dugout might burst into flames.
I agree. I mean, I don't see a single yellow jersey or blue hoodie in the bullpen that's not standing right on the railing or on the fence line.
Leaning over his left kneecap is Gamboa, trying to get the sign from Zapata. He does, and he comes set at the belt. Long look at second base, nods on the 2-2, missing upstairs, 3 balls and 2 strikes. What an AB this is.
Such a mature at-bat from Bradley Navarro. He's now worked himself a full count with 2 outs. The runners are taking off. This is the biggest spot that Bradley Navarro's been in as a Blue.
Just a kid from Huntington Beach who batted in 12 runners this past season, his first year at Michigan. Payoff pitch. Swings and hits this one off the hands, up and out of play. We'll do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes. That's how you know it's tense here in this stadium. I didn't see very many people go after that foul ball. Fans' feet are cemented as pitch number 10 is on the way. Navarro steps out as the catcher calls time, and Zapata heads out to talk to Gamboa. Fans don't like it.
And I don't blame them, just trying to ice Bradley Navarro. You mentioned 10 pitches in that at bat. They've gone ball, strike, ball, foul, 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 ball, foul. A really, really mature at bat from the kid going into his sophomore year at Michigan, who struggled at times at Michigan, but also had his flashes, like you mentioned, a home run, 12 RBIs, looking to have a flash here in that yellow uniform.
Runners on first and second. Here's the 3-2. He swings and hits this down the first base line underneath the glove of Young. Getting the wave around from second base is Borba. Here comes Constantine. 2 runs are in for the Blues.
San Luis Obispo Blues. What a piece of hitting from down. The entire team is jumping, half of them out of the dugout.
yellow jerseys flocking at the warning track as Constantine is shoved around. And standing at second base proudly is Brad Navarro.
Just such a good swing and piece of hitting. I mean, that is the best at-bat we've seen all summer. That was so mature of him to just continue to foul off pitches. He finally got the one he liked, and he just drove a 2 RBI double down the line.
You can put that in the book for the best AB we've seen this summer. It was timely hitting, it was mature hitting, and it was good hitting. A hard hit ground ball on the right side, past Young, just hit too hard to get in his glove. And now Owen Estabrook has the chance to play hero.
Constantine did his best, too, to hustle from first and score, and then Rene Regalado was jumping out of his boots to send all the runners home. They go out and talk to each other again, and Blues fans don't like it again.
Another meeting here between the catcher Zapata and Gamboa as a left-hander is getting loose in the Alameda bullpen. Runner on second base. It's Brad Navarro who tied this game up. This is the first time the Blues have scored even one run since the first inning where they put up 4. Big lead at second base for Navarro as Estabrook looks at the off-speed downstairs. 1 ball, no strikes.
Estabrook had that 2 RBI double in the first, looking to get another RBI here and win this ball game. If not, even just getting on base would give Max Lane an opportunity to win this game, who has supplied tons of power, and we've seen it at times during the summer.
Here's the 1-0 to Estabrook. He swings and bounces this one high down the third base line, but foul. 1 ball and 1 strike as he circles all the way around the batter's box. 1,400 strong at Sinsheimer in what is now a tied ball game off the bat of Brad Navarro. Estabrook wants to put this one away. Had a 2 RBI double back in the first inning. Has the chance to collect another one here if he can find a gap. 1-1. Missing way up at his eyes. 2 balls and 1 strike to Owen Estabrook.
Blues fans starting to yell out, "Bring us home," with Estabrook in the box looking to do just that. Ahead in the count.
Shorter lead at second base for Navarro. As Gamboa comes home and Estabrook spoils this one straight back. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You mentioned straight back. He was on that fastball. Got it on the outer half of the plate. Just drove it straight back into the backstop.
Estabrook surveys his ash-colored bat. 1 foot after the other, digs himself back in the craters of the right-handed batter's box. Standing slightly wider than usual with his hands twitching quicker than usual next to his ear. And the 2-2 is hit on the ground left side. Bobbling it at short is Jeremiah. The throw is in time to get Estabrook.
And Dean Traynor comes furiously out of the dugout. I don't blame him. He looked way safe to me. Fans are asking to put the headset on. We don't have that technology here at the CCL, unfortunately. But Dean Traynor is going to go out and at least talk to the first base umpire.
Estabrook flings his helmet into the dugout, and the conversation begins. Regalado is heading back towards the dugout with a helmet in hand, and it looks like the defense is rolling out there. I'm surprised he's not saying stay out there to the guys, as the conversation's still going on. We're still waiting for Tierney to head back out there.
Regardless, it won't be Tierney at all. Looks like it's going to be Cipolla. They're still discussing over that first base.
And I don't know if Dean is going to win this one. So looks like Marco Cipolla is coming in to replace Eddie Tierney. Free baseball at Sinsheimer Stadium. We enter the top of the 10th inning, tied at 6 after Bradley Navarro tied it up with that 2 RBI double in the 9th inning. Stay with us with Ryan Giacomini. I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Free baseball on the Slow Blues streaming network. Top of the 10th inning, Bradley Navarro tied it up with one swing, a 2 RBI double. It's now 6-6 here in extra innings. Eddie Tierney's day is done. He went 4 innings pitched, 2 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts. Coming in to fill his shoes is the kid from Salem, Oregon, Noah Ferguson. He's gotten a lot of work this week, and he heads back out there with a runner at second base. The inherited runner, the extra base or the extra inning rule here in the CCL, and showing bunt is Jack Rogers, and he pulls back for ball 1.
An interesting strategy that I like from the Merchants. Showing bunt, you have a dangerous hitter in Jake Rogers up there, but just playing the small ball, trying to manufacture that run. It's very important that they do. If they don't, it makes the Blues' job much easier.
Showing bunt, and the slider missing underneath the barrel. 1 ball, 1 strike. And I have to say, if I'm playing defense behind Noah Ferguson, I'm pumped up because I can tell he is pumped up. He's going max effort right now.
Yeah, he is pumping it out there, and the team is loving it.
He dangles his arm right next to his right hip. Now comes set with the closed stance. Looks over at second base. No one's there. Here's the 1-1. It's skied up in the air. I don't think this is going to be playable in foul territory. It's not. It lands in the Blues bullpen. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ferguson came in to relief against the Walnut Creek Crawdads in their 20-8 loss on June 25th. He just pitched the third with 2 earned runs, 3 total, 2 hits, 1 strikeout and a walk on 4 batters. Wanted to clean that up here and fire up his team in the top of the 10th. 1-2. Swung on and late in the fastball again. It's out of the stadium. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
The Blues, who are on a 4-game losing streak, this game right here would give them a ton of momentum. You can already see the energy has constantly just been rising throughout this game and then peaked in this 10th inning. Team would be electrified if they could win this game.
They got a tough schedule going forward. More on that after the 1-2 pitch as Ferguson comes home, and this one's hit softly on the ground right side. Hicksonbaugh gets it, shuffles to his right, makes the throw for the first out of the inning. The runner at second and Kayuka Young advances to third. Go-ahead run 90 feet away for Frank Zapata.
Let's hear that schedule.
So after this game against the Alameda Merchants, they play the Merchants again tomorrow at 4 p.m. Then they host the Foresters, and then they host the Riptide, and then the Foresters again.
Yeah, very tough schedule coming up after the game tomorrow against 3 CCL South teams, or 2 in 3 games.
Foresters tied for first in the South. OC Riptide tied for second in the South. As taking a look at first pitch slider for a strike is the Frank Zapata, who's 1 for 1 on the day, or 1 for 2 on the day. A single in the 7th. Fielder's choice, hit by pitch, and a walk. Infield playing in, 1 out, runner on third base. Zapata half swings and fouls it into the Blues dugout. No balls and 2 strikes.
Ferguson ahead in the count, 0-2 in a strikeout spot. Looking to keep that runner at third. The infield is in.
In Ferguson's debut, it was against the San Francisco Seagulls. He went 2 2/3 innings with 4 Ks and no earned runs. Wants to emulate that here on the 0-2. Soared! First strikeout from Noah Ferguson. Frank Zapata goes down.
Look at this. Just an ugly swing from Zapata, and Ferguson gets him swinging a huge spot. Now the infield can back up and just get the out at first and send this game to the bottom of the 10th.
Yeah, infield now at regular depth. Flag gently blowing out in center field for Rocco Granucci, who checks his swing on the first pitch. He didn't go. And Ferguson's got some nasty stuff right now. The fastball slider is just a grotesque mix for these Merchants hitters.
And that's what we saw in his debut. A little less against the Crawdads, but he was filthy, giving up no base runners and striking out 4.
1-0 is fouled straight back. 1 ball and 1 strike. Granucci, the Bearcat from Willamette University up in Oregon, where Ferguson's from. Same city in Salem. As Granucci is 1 for 3 on the day. A single, flat to right field, reached on error in the second inning. Ferguson peeks at third, now comes home on the 1-1 as this one's fouled up and out of the stadium. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ferguson, the Beaver from Oregon State. The former Lute from Pacific Lutheran, the redshirt COVID senior. With a 1-2 count and the go-ahead run at third base. 2 gone here in the top of the 10th. Fastball missing outside. Gets away from Estabrook behind the dish, but not enough for Young to advance. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 91 miles an hour from Ferguson on that fastball.
And a good idea from Ferguson. Uptick that velocity by a little bit, catch the batter off guard, but what you don't want to do is spike one or throw it really wild that Estabrook can't handle behind the plate.
2-2 offering is hit on the ground left side. That gets through for a base hit. Alameda Merchants take the lead off the 2-strike knock from Rocco Granucci. That's just quality hitting right there.
It is. It is really quality hitting. Not much anybody could have done on the Blues to stop that from getting through. Like you mentioned, just a good piece of hitting.
So the inherited runner and Young comes around to score. Off the bat from Granucci, his second base hit of the day, his first RBI of the day, as a pinch hitter coming in now for Granucci. Looks like it's going to be Jordan Bolden from Concordia Irvine University, the native of Pineville, California, entering his junior year. He's got a pinch run for the right fielder.
A little more speed out there. That inherited runner is the one that, if you're the visiting team, you need to get across. It's the second runner that becomes more important because then you provide that larger gap from the home team.
First pitch is sent back into the netting. No balls and 1 strike. And Ferguson, now pitching with frustration, is certainly going to be attacking the 8-hole hitter in Jace Jeremiah, a shortstop who doesn't have a hit today, but 2 walks, a sacrifice fly, and a ground out to second base. 0-1 to Jeremiah, taking down the heart of the plate. No balls and 2 strikes. Ferguson, a pitch away from giving his hitters a chance in the bottom of the 10th. Short lead at first. Fastball missing way upstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bolden not getting as far off the bag as I would have imagined. About a step or 2 from first base. Ferguson comes set for a while. Now kicks and fires on the 1-2, and a gross swing and a miss on that slider for strike 3. 2 Ks for Noah Ferguson in the 10th inning. And the Blues trail by 1 once again, heading to the bottom half of the 10th inning, 7-6 Merchants. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Bottom of the 10th inning here, and a new pitcher for the Alameda Merchants. It's Xavier Marquez, due up to face Max Lane and Brendan Comerford, who looms on deck. So the inherited runner at second base will be Owen Estabrook.
Couple things we were talking about between the break. One, these are the three guys you want up. Max Lane, Brendan Comerford, and E.J. Royal. Three really good bats. All three guys can hit for average, can hit for power, can hit to get on base. One thing we also talked about is the runner at second base. You have Goff still available to you, another catcher. And you have Jariah Lewis, who's one of the speediest guys on this team. If you're the manager, is it beneficial to send that runner out there? As Dean Trainer's actually out of the dugout, and he's going to send Jariah Lewis out there. Look at us, speaking it into existence.
There we go. Yeah, Ryan and I just talked about it on the break. Should they send out Jariah Lewis? Should they keep Owen Estabrook? Because, obviously that second runner, the winning run, is the more important one. But you make it a point that you got to tie the game first. Yeah. And Estabrook is by no means a liability on the base paths. I think he's got a good head on his shoulder. He's a catcher. He knows how to base run. And his speed isn't something that's going to get you in trouble. So my thought was that it would be okay. But Jariah Lewis is now shuffling at second base with Max Lane dodging that fastball for ball one as Jacobs plays heavy up on the infield lip.
And I'm no manager, but if I were, that's what I would do. You need to get that run home from second. Why not put one of the speediest guys on this team out there, knowing that you have another guy who can put the gear on for Estabrook?
Max Lane looks at the second offering, up and away, 2 balls and no strikes.
Now, I did see Dean out of the dugout talking to Jariah. I know the rule is you can go if you feel it's right, but he probably told Jariah, don't steal third base. You cannot get out here.
Lane is 5 for 22 heading into this game. 4 runs batted in, a double and a triple. He scorched that triple down in Santa Barbara. 2-0. Off speed, taken down the middle for strike 1 to Max Lane. You talked about it earlier on the broadcast. The farthest ball you've seen hit at the stadium was underneath the scoreboard in left field, and it came off the bat of this very man right here.
He annihilated that batting practice ball over that Mustang sign in center field.
2-1. No chance. 3 balls and 1 strike to Max Lane.
See what he does here in a 3-1 count, whether he is a little more patient or if he looks for a spot, and if he gets it, let's see what he can do with that bat.
The rising junior from Harvard, after growing up in Newport Beach. Marquez, right foot over his left as he comes set. Long look at second base, still looking over there. Now comes home on the 3-run. Runner takes off, Jariah Lewis. They're now at the corners for the Blues.
A really good at-bat for Max Lane as he takes ball 4, and a really risky decision from the runner, Jariah Lewis. But now, with him getting over there safely, it looks as an important 90 feet. Now a sac fly would tie this game up. Somebody who knows he can swing the bat well, and that's Brendan Comerford.
Yeah, if there's anyone that knows how to hit the ball in the outfield, it's Brendan Comerford. He's done it many times this season, whether it's an out, whether it's for extra bases. This guy doesn't leave it in the infield all that often, as the infield crashes in and Lane chops behind Young at first base. Brendan Comerford takes a look at strike 1. And, you have some great wheels out in the base paths right now. Jariah Lewis is that tying run, and Max Lane, who can fly, too. I think he might even be faster than Jariah. Takes off for second base. Defensive indifference. Max Lane over in second base. 2 runners in scoring position for the Blues.
And now this Comerford at-bat becomes even more important with runners 2 in scoring position.
He hitches in the right-handed batter's box. Infield still playing in. Here's the 1-1. He swings and bounces this one. Diving stop from Jeremiah. And now Lane is in a rundown. They tag him, and he is the first out of the inning. So fielder's choice as Brendan Comerford is back at first base. The stolen base is essentially eliminated, and you've sacrificed some speed over there. Now the pitching coach and the entire infield converge at the mound to talk to Xavier Marquez.
A really good play by the shortstop. A poor base running decision by Max Lane, but that play cannot go unnoticed. I think Max Lane had a really good angle at it and thought there's no way he makes this play.
Yeah.
And Jeremiah just stretched, dove, gave it his all, kept it in front. A really good play by Jeremiah.
Yeah, Lane, a valedictorian at his high school. I think some thought definitely went into that decision to take off. I think you're right. I think he thought there's no way this doesn't get through the infield and we win the ball game right now. It's a great lunging attempt from Jeremiah to keep that in the dirt.
And the most impressive part about that whole play was Jariah Lewis just holding at third base, not trying to come home, and then making that out at home and not having that runner at third.
So it's E.J. Royal at a chance for redemption after striking out with the bases loaded. He looks at strike one here in the bottom of the 10th inning.
A delayed strike call on what looked to me to be outside of the zone. E.J. just asked the umpire, like, where did that one catch the zone? He wants to know for next time if he has to swing at it.
0-1 to Royal, missing way outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. You could hear a pin drop at Sinsheimer.
Some subtle claps between pitches, but when that pitcher comes set and is about to throw, it just gets dead silent here.
Noah Ferguson trying to stay locked in, pacing around the dugout, wearing the hoodie. As Royal awaits the 1-1, a throw back to first. And it's not in time.
And I got to say, 1,400 fans was our official attendance. There is maybe 400 or 500 left here. And they are sticking through it with this Blues team. They're loud. They're energetic. They want this Blues team to win.
The San Luis Loyal lingering around Sinsheimer with runners at first and third. Blues trailing by 1 to the Alameda Merchants. And their best hitter up at the dish.
Already has 2 hits on the day. We talked earlier about his plethora of multi-hit games. Looking to have a 3-hit game today and tie or win this ball game.
Royal collected his 30th hit of the season. Second place is 15. 1-1. He shows bunt, pulls it back, way up and away. Zapata has to lunge at it to keep it from hitting the backstop. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And the guy in second place in hits on the Blues is standing over at first base. 2 guys who have combined for 45 hits this summer and 2 of the more productive Blues batters.
Standing on deck, it's Jake Hicksonbaugh, the left-handed hitting kid from Monterey Peninsula. Royal shows bunt again. That one's taken for strike 2.
I don't like to be a big critic of the umpire, but I don't know about that one, Blue.
Zone expanding, and the 2-2 count to the Utah Tech Trailblazer. Team leader in hits, runs batted in, average. Fouling it straight back. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And looking at our stat spreadsheet that we have, it's crazy looking at it. I mean, he, on top of what you just mentioned, he also leads the team in runs. He leads the team in on-base percentage. He leads the team. He's second on the team in slugging. So all very good categories to be up at the top for.
2-2. Royal watches that one up at his forehead. 3 balls and 2 strikes. EJ's got runners at the corners. It's Brendan Comerford at first base. Jariah Lewis over at third. Here's the payoff pitch. That misses way upstairs, ball 4. E.J. Royal works himself into a 1-out walk, and the bases are loaded for Jake Hicksonbaugh. He grew up going to Blues games as a kid, the hometown boy from Atascadero, and now at Monterey Peninsula College with the chance to be the guy.
Like you mentioned, came to plenty of Blues games as a kid. Saw these heroic moments when he was young in this same ballpark. Looking to do the exact same here now as a player. Lefty on lefty matchup.
He used to be one of those children on top of the dugouts begging for autographs, and now he wants to flip the script and be the giver of autographs tonight. This gets underneath the legs of Zapata. Coming in to score is Jariah Lewis. This game is tied.
heads up base running from Jariah Lewis, and that decision Dean Traynor made earlier to pinch run him for Owen Estabrook pays off as Jariah comes around to score. 7-7 ball game. Both teams have now scored in the 10th inning. Hicksonbaugh has a chance to win the game with the winning run just 90 feet away.
No-brainer for Jay Lou. That just went right underneath the wickets of Zapata, and he was able to cruise in home safely as the infield presses in with one out. Runners on second and third. Jake Hicksonbaugh standing still in the left-handed batter's box. Left on left matchup. Here's the 1-1. He shows bunt. Crashing heavy is Comerford at third base. He retreats back to the bag safely. 2 balls and no strikes. Hitters count 2-0 to Jake Hicksonbaugh.
Looking to be the hero.
Comerford is the winning run. He's 90 feet away as Hicksonbaugh pops this one off the hands into the bleachers. 2 balls and 1 strike.
First extra inning ball game of the summer for the Blues. They already had 1 walk-off, though, in the bottom of the 9th. It was the 4th game of the season when Caden Cuccia just blooped a single into left field. Walked it off for the Blues. Hicksonbaugh trying to have the 2nd walk-off of the summer right here.
Wants to make some more magic. That's Sinsheimer. Here's the 2-1. Hicksonbaugh swings and sends this down the left field line, but foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the kid.
Hicksonbaugh with a good approach up there. He's dropping that back shoulder a little bit, trying to get it up in the air, knowing that a sacrifice fly would win this game. You see all the infielders are in a little bit as well because they know if they catch a ball, they have to throw a strike to home to try to get Comerford.
Big gaps underneath the lights. In slow. 2-2 is swung on and missed for strike 3. It's dropped, though. They take a look at third. Throw over to first. Is squibbing out of the glove of Young. That was an easy play that would end the inning, and Zapata just overthought it, and Young couldn't come up with it.
Look at it again here. He just threw a lollipop over to first base, and really good hustle from Jake Hicksonbaugh to reach base. That'll go down as a strikeout and then an E2, the 2nd error of the game for this Merchant team.
Braden Mondew, the biggest sigh we've seen all evening. Right-handed hitter from Tucson, Arizona, heading to Hawaii Hilo next season. On the first pitch, he sends that one straight back to the net. No balls and 1 strike. Mondew tonight is hitless. A walk, grounded to short, fly ball to right field, strikeout swinging, and he flew out to center back in the 9th.
And he just hasn't really been himself up there at the plate ever since that injury, but looking to come up big here in an 0-for-4 ball game up to this point.
0-1. Swings and misses at that fastball for strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes to Braden Mondew. Casey Borba looming on deck. He is 1 for 5 on the day. Mondew swings and tips this one straight back. We'll do it again at no balls and 2 strikes.
That was a huge just protect swing from Mondew. Swung at a pitch that was probably out of the zone, but he knew he couldn't take any chances.
Braden takes his time stepping back in as he taps his front foot and then the edge of home plate. Standing with a bare left arm from the stretch is Marquez. They come together at his chest, and he delivers on the 0-2. Mondew, another excuse me swing, cueing it straight back into the netting. Do it again at no balls and 2 strikes.
Mondew a little bit upset with himself there. That was a changeup. That was about letter high. He knew he could do damage with that pitch and just got a little handsy with it. Fouled it straight back to the screen.
Doing it again at no balls and 2 strikes. Corners playing in, bases loaded. 1 out, 7-7 ball game in the 10th. Fastball missing outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
One of the more veteran guys on this team having a mature at-bat here. He's still behind 1-2, but good job to foul off those 2 pitches prior, stay alive in this count.
Mondew spent 2 years at Pima Community College, and he hit a career .258. Redshirted last year at BYU. He's heading to Hawaii Hilo next year. 1-2. Fouling straight back again is Mondew, staying alive in this at-bat.
Continues to show why he deserves to be in this lineup with these at-bats. He hasn't had a hit today, but just really, really mature, doing a really good job to give himself a fighting chance every time he's at the plate.
The tank tops have turned into Patagonia puffers at Sinsheimer. Underneath the lights, approaching 10 p.m. 1-2 count and a tied ball game. Mondew swings and fouls it straight back again.
I can't say it in between every pitch, but so mature. Just doing a really good job to stay alive. He's seeing a bunch of pitches that he doesn't really like but knows he has to swing at. Just doing a good job to get some lumber on them, foul them off, see another pitch.
We've been at this game for 4 hours. Braden Mondew wants to end it here with 1 swing of the bat. Down 1-2 in the count. Fouls it off again. Up and out of play off the light fixture in the concourse. Kids flock towards the ball. Do it again. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Braden Mondew.
The 8th pitch of the at-bat to Mondew, who is in a 1-2 count but has fouled off 4 pitches with 2 strikes.
Marquez collects the tan leather at his belt. Now fires and swings and misses for strike 3. First base occupied, and there's the second out of the inning.
Now it just made Casey Borba's job a little bit harder, as now he needs a hit to try to win this game for the Blues. Either that or we do another inning. But Borba trying to be the hero, someone who has been really good in his little time for the Blues. He's just 1 for 4 today, but a pair of RBIs. And coming into this game, Borba had a .285 average.
6 of 21 before first pitch this afternoon. As Borba looks at the first fastball up and away, 1 ball and no strikes. And you want to talk about maturity, you want to talk about patience. This guy is the embodiment of that, and he's only entering his sophomore season at Texas.
Mature on the field. He's also mature off the field in the few conversations we've had with him. Very nice kid.
Stepping off the rubber is Marquez as they call time. And the sprinklers are turning on in left field.
Somebody get those off. We got a ball game to play.
There is no way this is happening right now.
And I thought the way the umpire by second base motioned, I thought he motioned balk. And I
thought so for a second as well.
But instead, we just have 4 sprinklers in left field that are going rampant. Actually, 5.
The longer you look, the more sprinklers you see turning on.
Yeah, it's not a good sign. I wonder if they're on a 10:02 timer.
They must be. That'd be an interesting time to get the sprinkler head going. As we got a ball game to play, Casey Borba trying to stay loose.
As interns and staff members here at the Blues run frantically to try to get those things off. I don't blame whoever had them set for this time to have them. I mean, in 2 minutes, we're going to be exactly 4 hours through this ball game. They continue to just spray out there in left field. Left fielder might have to take a few steps in. There he goes. Trying not to get sprayed.
Borba just trying to stay hot. I mean, he's walking around. He's touching his toes. Just trying to stay locked into this at-bat, and there they go.
Good work by the SLO Blues staff. Get those sprinklers off, and we can resume play. Looks like they're going to give another warm-up pitch to Marquez.
Got them off in a timely manner.
I saw multiple people in full sprints to try to get those things off.
So now Casey Borba, with his barrel tucked underneath his left armpit, will shake off his sleeves, take a practice hack, and get ready to dig in against Xavier Marquez. Replaced Anthony Gamboa this inning. Now finds himself in a bases-loaded jam. The winning run, and Brendan Comerford 90 feet away from Borba. 1-0. Fastball missing outside. 2 balls and no strikes to Casey.
And Borba's going to be patient up there. He knows that if he walks, they win the game.
Yeah. Borba competed for USA Baseball in high school, the U18 national team. 2-0. Missing outside again. 3 balls and no strikes.
1 ball away from winning the game. Usually you hear 1 strike away. In this case, Borba's looking to walk it off.
Fans in front of the railing on their feet, trying to force a ball from Marquez, and they get one. The Blues walk it off on a bat flip that touches the moon from Casey Borba, a walk-off walk.
A really good at-bat and comeback from the Blues. They scored in the first, didn't score again until the 9th, and then they scored 2 more in the 10th to win this ball game.
Ryan?
Yeah?
What brand of baseball is this?
CCL ball, baby.
You know it, baby. A walk-off hit by pitch puts the Blues over the Alameda Merchants as the Gatorade bath comes raining over Casey Borba. They snap their 4-game losing streak with a dub here in front of all the fans at Sinsheimer Stadium.
Yeah, we mentioned CCL baseball. Let's walk through this 10th inning. So you had Jariah Lewis as our starting runner at second base, a walk, a fielder's choice, a wild pitch that scored Jariah Lewis and tied this game, followed by a walk for E.J. Royal, then a dropped third strike and an error by the catcher, strikeout, and then a walk-off walk. What an inning for the Blues to get it done as they find a way to do it once again.
That play over there with Hicksonbaugh at first base, I was certain the inning was over. I was like, that's it. There's no way. And stuff happens. 1 in 10,000 miscues, a chance of a miscue going on there, and the Blues caught a stroke of luck, and they're able to move up into second place in the CCL North after that walk-off walk from Casey Borba. He tips his cap to the crowd. Everyone's soaked in Gatorade.
As indeed they do move up to that 2 spot. Although the walk-off win, you want to be positive in this time as they do win. We got to talk about these errors, though. These errors were costly to the Blues, especially in the early inning. That second inning where the Merchants scored 4, the Blues had 3 errors, 1 by Mondu, 1 by Tollerman, and 1 by Hicksonbaugh. Those just have to get cleaned up so that you don't get put in situations where you need walk-offs.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and I think it goes without saying, too, the offense, which has been pretty consistent this season, went a little dormant today. And now I understand that Thomas was gross. David Thomas is a disgusting pitcher. He had 5 pitches to go to in his arsenal, and they all worked really well, especially the splitter, especially that slider. Got a lot of uncomfortable swings through his 5 2/3 innings of work. But once he gets out of there, those at-bats didn't seem to change. The approach did, and we saw a lot of good takes, a lot of foul-offs. They got deep into counts, and that's what we like seeing when you're in the bullpen, making them throw a lot of pitches and having the manager for the Merchants reach into his bag and grab more players to throw out against you. I think the at-bats just need to be a little more consistent for the Blues because they'll have moments of shining and showing lots of intelligence and resilience, and other times it's just 3 pitches and you're done.
Yeah, when we saw that intelligence and resilience in the first inning where the Blues scored those 4 runs, and we saw it again in the later innings of those games, but the Blues went 7 straight innings without scoring, and in those 7 innings, they only had 2 hits and 4 total base runners, something they just have to clean up, gotta provide good at-bats throughout the entire game and have a subtle influx of runs rather than these big spurts, because that's not a very continuous brand of baseball.
Jackson Howell looks solid as well in his 5 innings of work, 5 hits, 5 runs, 1 of them earned. That goes to our topic about the errors. 2 walks to his 2 strikeouts. He's not a big strikeout guy. He's going to be a swing-first guy, and he did that here. Only 1 of those runs were earned, and once again, that goes back to the errors on the defense. You got to clean that up, because now, based on this game, and it's a little early to tell, but it sounds like the pitching is starting to shape back into the normal self that we know and love that we've seen this year.
Yeah, and even more impressive than Howell, in my opinion, is Eddie Tierney.
Yep.
Gave up just 3 hits in 4 innings, the 1 earned run, and then Noah Ferguson comes in after him, gives up the 1 unearned run. That was a starting runner at second base. Struck out 2 batters. A really good job from the bullpen after Howell left them in a pretty solid situation.
Yeah, on short notice, Noah Ferguson coming in as well, and after a really rough outing out there at Walnut Creek, he was able to turn it around pretty decently. And aside from the pitching, I think the last thing I want to note is that the strikeout numbers are up for the Blues. A trend that we've seen emerged in the middle of the season, and I can't seem to quite figure out why they're upturning like this.
Yeah, they weren't terrible today, not as bad as Wednesday in Walnut Creek, but you had 2 from E.J. Royal, 2 from Hicksonball, 2 from Mondu, and then 1 from Constantine and Navarro. You had 2 from Estabrook, 2 from Blanchette, 1 from Sebastian Lopez, 1 from Brady Jeffrey. So a lot of strikeouts across the board. You would really like to clean those up, provide some more productive at-bats. But altogether, the Blues will take a win and snap their 4-game losing streak.
Yep, so 13 Ks on the day for the Blues, but they get the win. They'll go against the Alameda Merchants, and man, did they need that one. A walk-off walk for KC Borba as they will host the Merchants tomorrow at 4 p.m. And hey, if you can't make it out to Froze Saturday, you can always catch us on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. We'll be live at 4, calling you the balls and strikes and much more from Sinsheimer Stadium. For Ryan Giacomini, I'm Nate Mills. Thank you so much for tuning in to SLO Blues Baseball. Final score in this one, it is your SLO Blues 8 and the Alameda Merchants 7. We'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. Good night, everyone.